Hello. Hi, welcome to the stream. My name is Volteripal, and we're back with more game development. So yeah. We're exactly where we left off last time. I haven't got around to working on it during the week. So, yeah, last time we finished getting this enemy here kind of like working better. He finally goes into stun. Hi, Burning Z, how are you doing? He now finally like charges into the wall and stuns himself if he hits it. That's a bit loud. So I finally got that to work. Yeah. So next to do on my list is adding the perk responses for him. I want to. Last time we left off, I was trying to add a stun perk in. I'm going to try and get back onto that. So we got first person blueprints, skill trees. Nah, that's set up fine. I think I added it into the damage already. I think I just needed to... If I can remember where I put the damage. Normal damage, player damage. Yes, I've already got it all kind of set up into the chance of happening. And it sets a blackboard event. I've just got to make sure both the characters' blackboards have... Sorry. Got a bit of a cold. And to be fair, I think I've always got a cold. But yeah, so it's got the stun command. So if stun's set, we need to tell it to wait. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in... Because I didn't get around to testing this last time. And also I've only added it for this guy. I've got to add to all the others. But I didn't get around to testing it. So I need to... First person blueprints. To be honest, I could do with organising this. I might do that in a little bit. First person character. Where is it? Drag this over there a bit. On check tiers. Gonna make a keyboard event for, let's say, let's go with J. And basically I just need to make like a little test to update that perk. So we've got check tiers. Sets that, finds that, layers not found, and it adds the perk. So I think if I just do check tiers, try to remember how all this code works. It's been so long. Row name will be stun shot. I think that's how it was spelled. Yep, stun shot. I haven't got any capitals. And perk tiers will be 5. It's got 5 perk tiers. I think that's how that works. Then I'm hoping what that will do is if I do J. Don't know if I've just overset that. Let's just put it to 1. Not found. To test this out, I'm going to need to make myself do literally no damage, aren't I? Otherwise, I'm just going to kill the enemies. I need to actually put some code in as well to tell me if things are working or not, because at the moment I have no idea. So what this should do is it should check the tier for it, which does this custom event down here, which will get the row name, which is the perk, get the perk tiers, and kind of, if it's not found, as in this is if I haven't got it unlocked, it will then unlock it, and if it is found, I just kind of did that to make sure this was working. That kind of tells you if it's like the first time you're getting the perk. And it adds the perk and updates the perks. And if it's gone over the tiers, it will remove the perk. Even though it shouldn't be able to go over the tiers. I think that was a fail-safe I added because you can manually add the perk in. So. Yeah, it removes it from the available perk, that's why. Got it. Again, it's very... there's a lot of finickiness with this code. That, again, I made this over the course of many months, so I've kind of sometimes forgot how parts work. So what I want to do is, on player damage, have a print on, let's say, here, which would just say stunned. And on, yeah, it should be good. I also have one. Inputs, tier level selection, chance percentage. No, because that'll give me a different number. I just gotta go to the player damage and make it deal less damage, I think, and I should be able to test it. So, first person blueprints. I just gone back to where I was. Damage. Does it get that on a stat player? I think it does. Damage. Where did I put the damage stat? Do I even have a damage stat, or did I just... Got fire. Apply damage. Base damage from the status component. Okay, it's a bit of a mess. The base damage, if we just put that to literally... still got to apply some damage, so 0.1. And give myself the perk once. It's only a 10% chance there, so give it a few more times. Yeah, it should have probably happened by now. Also, that is deafening to me. I'm going to turn that down. That is loud. So yeah, it's not working. Let's try and figure that out. It's adding the perk, and it gets called when the damage happens. Interaction interface with component. It applies normal damage, and then when that normal damage goes over to the enemy, it should... Just going to promote this to a variable. And this will be random number. Probably do that to a local variable. And plug that into there. Because then what I can do is I can print this. Because if I print from this, it will give me a random, entirely different number to what this is using. Where if I print from this, it will set this, and then this number is what's going off. So if I go print string and shove that in, and then plug that out. Why is that an error? A read within this context. Why is it a read? Local variable. Random number. Does that bloody work? Okay, that does work. Yep, local variable works. Seemingly. Yep, cool. Alright, problem solved, kind of. So now we can test if the actual thing's working at all. That's max level. And, no, it's not. Did I actually even add it to the hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. No, it's there. Okay, it is there. I was going to say, did I even add it to this? But no, I have added it. I don't know if that's firing. Why isn't this working? Man damage, fire chance. God, why have I got fire chance open like 5 times? Close all these. Trigger player effect. Vamp damage happens, fire chance. I know these two work. Am I even querying the perk? Hang on. Let's put a print here. Stun shot. I'm pretty sure there's a better way of troubleshooting, but this is the best I got. Stun shot start. Let's go for that. And let's try that. Give myself the perk. Okay, so that runs. Yep, we're going to go through each part of the code and figure out why it's not working. So that works. Just bump that over there. Does the query perk work? Seemingly. Now what this will do is if it's got no... I think it's Control P. Nope, that's open asset. Print. If I put one here, I could say like no perk. Just want to see if it's not even running the chance. And that's why it's not actually giving me the perk. Yeah, but like, why? Because it should. God, have I done it wrong again? When perk tiers goes through, it's normally from... Can I find references? Check tiers is from there, and that's shit tiers. I think it comes from the UI, normally. Content, first person, blueprints. Skill system. Nope. UI, it'll be in UI. Perk button, it should be under. So perk tiers. Which is set on in here. Perk selected. Update perks. So player reference, available perk, update perk UI. Sets the name. Gets the tiers from the structure, which is the max tiers. So I've done that right. I was giving it. I've told it what it needs. I thought that's how I made the test script. I need to just make a test like thing to add perks and just not change it to, not remove it, because I had this working before and now I've got rid of it and I can't get it to work again. Because you check the tiers, stun shot, which is how it's spelled, self, perk growth 5, it gets that, does that, adds the perk with the row name and the tag, it being the skill system component. Then updates the perk name. And the reason I haven't added it in here, because fire shot isn't added in here, and it should, in theory, work similar to that. Let's rename that. Stun shot. I feel like I'm spelling something wrong, but I'm not sure. Print. Stun shot. That should let me know if it actually updates. Which, oh, wrong button. Which, it doesn't... It doesn't seem to be. I've got to be spelling something wrong here. But what? Stun shot is stun underscore shot. That's its row name, which is what I need. Or do I need its row name, or do I just need its perk name at this point? Oh, hang on. That's a viewport. Event graph. Yeah, no, perk row name, stun underscore shot. That's what it was. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that so much. I pressed space by accident at the end. We're never going to talk about that ever again, yeah? We're just gonna... We're gonna move on from that. We're just never gonna... Oh, Christ. Okay, so now... Yep, that works. And now, if I shoot that, that's a 94 chance. I need it to be... Oh, I think that actually worked. Yeah, his AI is completely stopped. Sweet. That, yep, so that works. Now the only thing is... The hell? I opened the game. I opened the dev thing up on the pressed F1 by accident. Yeah, law. No, it's it's a very. It happens all the time. Okay, you know you don't see you've put an extra space in, and then all of a sudden the entire code breaks. Sometimes it happens to me quite a lot. Is why I normally copy and paste stuff like that, so I don't have that happen. I just didn't last time, and in fact, I was in a bit of a rush because it was near the end of the stream, so I was trying to get it in quickly. So the main thing is now is I've got to make sure the enemy actually can unstun, and also actually probably play an animation as well. Because at the moment, he's just waiting, and it never gets unset. So I need to make a new task called... with the base... No, what was my naming scheme for this? BT task, okay. BT task underscore stun. Save. And with this, it's going to be event execute AI. So event execute AI. Drag that in there with all the others. I don't know what's changed, but my monitor on the left this time isn't like flickering at all. I don't know if it's because HDR's been turned. It might be because I turned HDR off, but hey, it's not epilepsy for me now. Because last time I was doing this stream, like my left monitor, which you guys can't see, it's the one with like OBS on and all that, and the chat, it's just constantly flickering. Like every time I'd move my mouse, it would flicker, and I had no idea what was causing it. But this time it seems a lot better. It's not doing it all, so that's kind of working. Just need to make a response for the stun, because at the moment it does set the value to true, and now I just need to make a response. So this should, in theory, work something similar to how the attack work. Well, I've got this one, which is animation montage. Again, the problem with this, and I mentioned this last stream, the cast 2 is a very direct... what's the word? It's a very direct route. So if you've got one enemy called enemy, it will only cast to this enemy who is called enemy. Which I shouldn't have called him enemy, I should have called him something else, but it was a test at the time. Just like if I cast to Abyssal Tank, it will only cast to Abyssal Tank. And the problem is with that is I really, if I try to, I really kind of want to make this universal. Because otherwise I'm going to have to basically make 3 different versions of this kind of task. Depending on... Well, basically, yeah, I've got to make 3 versions of the task. Which is annoying as hell. And I feel like it's more efficient, but for now I'm just gonna do it that way. I can always clean it up later. For now, it's more focused on getting it in and getting it working. So we're gonna cast 2 and then set a ref. Cast 2. This is gonna be for the regular. This is gonna be for the Abyssal Tank because he's the one with the actual thing at the moment. So Abyssal Tank, and that'll be control pawn and create variable. Abyssal Tank ref. And effectively, we're just going to yoink this here because I think he's got the code for that. He should have the code for that, Abyssal Tank. Or did I? Because I used that when I was trying to make it a multiplayer originally, but it's no longer... Oh, no, I've still got the code for it, nice. So, yep. Just gonna yoink, and then we're gonna yoink. Swap that out with never mind. We're gonna go this way instead because I forgot this gets a target for some reason. And then we can promote this to a variable. Animation montage. Compile that, and the default value for that is going to be stun. I think I called it that. Oh god, what the... Oh yeah, it's not a montage, yeah, that's why. So the way I'm using a lot of animation montages for a lot of stuff, because this is the main reason, is that with montages you can set these windows and you can call them from the event graph a lot easier than if you were to use a animation, the normal animation blueprint tree. Because with this, at the moment, it's literally just if they move forwards, they can... I forgot how to do the thing to show it. But if they're moving forwards, they will start running or walking or running, depending on it. It's very simple animation for now. This will get more complicated. That would be a later thing when I'm actually making proper animations for it rather than just using these kind of test ones from Mixamo. But yeah, so for now, we need to find the stun. This is the one I was using as a stun. There is got a montage. Oh, it's zombie reaction, that's why. But yeah, so because you can call it easier from an event. If I wanted to do, let's say, and I can do events timed off the montage, which at least I haven't found a way to do it just timed off an animation sequence. There is a way to do it timed off an animation sequence. Let's have a look. Animation montage. The main reason I use montages is because if I go to an animation sequence, you can add notifiers, but they're not as... I don't think they're as good as the montage ones. The notifiers and animation sequences are mainly just for like audio and stuff, as far as I can tell. There's very few actually for like gameplay things, whereas like this mutant punch montage... No, not that one. What is it? Is this one? That's the charge one. Where is the zombie attack? This one, this attack window here. This is what causes the hitbox on the hand to actually enable and disable. And as you can see, this is very bad code at the moment because they both share the same model. I've had to use the same kind of notify, which, at least the way I saw, you have to cast to the enemy to get the reference for the sphere. And you have to cast to the abyssal tank to get the reference to the sphere. Potentially, I could do this within the character blueprint and stop the cast, but then I'd probably just be casting to the animation itself, so it doesn't really change much. But yeah. At the moment, going back to what we was doing. So this here is a custom thing I made, which is effectively just yoinking. I effectively made a custom version of the actual animation montage event. And the reason I did that is because I can call this event from the behavior tree and then basically call it here and replicate it here. And I put this in because what I could do then is have one command to stop and start an animation. So if I want to stop it, I just set that to true and it will stop the animation. Which is useful for things like aborting the task if, let's say, the character gets stunned or killed. Because then the animation needs to stop and the death animation needs to play. But yeah, so if we... the play rate, start section, that's all fine. Anim montage. So we want to play the hits reaction. And then this is the only bit which I'm not too happy. Well, actually, there's quite a lot of this I'm not amazing happy with. Again, this will be changing over time. A lot of this is just getting it in and getting it working to the best I can. Because one thing I'm trying to avoid is spending too long going over and over the same bits. Because with the charge... Here it is. I have to get the montage, get the sequence length, and then put a delay. And I think that's the same for pretty much all of these. It's the only way I could find of getting the length of the animation. This might have some... this might have a problem because I think this is... I don't know if this is dependent on frame rate. I'll need to get that later in testing, and if it is, then find a different way of doing it. Because one thing I don't want to do is have the attacks come out way, let's say the stun. I want it to be like a set, like 1.5 second interval, let's say. Probably not that long, probably like 0.5 seconds, 1 second. But I don't want it to have a very long delay, so it's get that. Sequence length, and then retriggerable delay. Delay. I don't know if there's actually a reason why I went retriggerable rather than just normal delay. I guess I can go retriggerable, but I don't think there's really a different. I'm pretty sure it's because last time I put delay in and this one wasn't coming up, but this one was. But anyway, retriggerable delay. After that... it should just be a case of unstunning him, and that'll be it. Stops the charge. Yeah, just should be finish execute. And before finish execute, changing the value. God, I've got way too many of these. There we go. And execute. Finish. Execute, and also finish abort. Abort AI, because just in case something like him dying happens. Sort that out in a sec. So animation montage, retriggerable delay, finish execute. Bam. Hang on, before that, I need a blackboard key. Blackboard. If I could spell to save my life, Jesus. Jesus. Blackboard. Set blackboard value as bool. Set that to false. And finish execute. Success. I don't actually know if I need to do that. Yeah, I do. Tank. Bizzle tank stun. So yeah. Set blackboard as bool. And this will be... when I put it in, it will be the... if it's been stunned. Abort with AI. That's just going to be a simple case of get this. Put it down here. Get Abyssal Tank Ref. Put that there. Put that in there. Stop. Finish. There we go. And yeah, that should be that sorted. I think. Oh, nah, yeah. So if I go to context, enemy, new task, stun. No, that's going to use it as a base. Stun. Blend that. I don't know if I actually need this here. I might just be able to, because I don't really need it to be a sequence. I might just be able to go. Can I not? Just select. There you go. If we just put a decorator on this, which is blackboard. Yeah, there we go. It should work. Because I don't really need it to be sequenced. I just did that to make it easier for the time because I wanted to add a wake delay. So yeah. On query key is stun set. I don't want it to abort itself. I only want it to abort the lower priority because what will happen otherwise is it will abort itself when it unstuns itself and it'll never actually properly finish. Which I don't really need it to do. I just need it to abort the things below it, which is all this side, when it gets stunned. So that should be that sorted, I think. Let's see if this works. Stunned is set. Oh, and one thing I need to do is blackboard key set that to stunned. Save. Let's give it a test. Give myself the perk. Maximum number just to make it likely to happen. Get in range. Kind of worked, I think. It's kind of hard to tell with him because he's purple and he's got purple smoke. I'm gonna. Also, tell you what, just to stop these other enemies coming to attack me, just gonna section them off. It's just me and this guy now. Need to actually give myself the perk. That'd be good. Well, he is getting stunned. But the animation isn't playing. Like, at all. Why? Why is that doing that? BT task stun. Animation montage is the hit reaction montage, which I know works for him because it's in his charge. But on that, I set it in here. The wait. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Yeah, hit reaction. I know it works. So why isn't it working? It aborts the animation that it was playing, which it should be doing for all of. Yeah, stops animation. Selects which montage it is. Might be a problem, maybe? Alright, I've got an idea what it could be, but to test that, I'm just going to have to break that. Just not have him charge. Just give myself the perk. No, the animation just refuses to play there. Why? Let's see where it's failing. I reckon it's because I set it there rather than... Change that to a... Let's clear that. Compile, save. Go back to there. Get that. Set it in here. Save that. Go back here. Press this. He just really wants to do the thriller. What have I done wrong? Cast the Abyssal Tank. As the Abyssal Tank. It's doing... It knows how long the animation is. It's just not playing it. Wait, is that why? Oh my god, that's why. Alright, mystery solved. For God's sake. Yeah, so note to self, when I make custom code, remember what the different inputs do and why they're important. I made the play rate accessible things on this so that I could potentially, if I wanted to, make the animation go faster or shorter. And the problem with that is it defaults to 0 because it's a fucking float. So that's why it was playing, but still getting the length of the sequence. Okay. So now if we reconnect that. Give myself the perk. Yeah, that stops him mid-stun. Now, one thing I want to see if I can do, because at the moment, his cooldown for the charge is only a second. So, if I put that to, like, let's say 10. I want to know if, when he gets stunned mid-charge, would he immediately try to charge again? Any minute now. Any minute. Just got it. No, he doesn't, so it goes back on cooldown. Good. That's kind of what I want to happen. I don't want him to immediately start charging again. Now, granted, that's with max level stun. So that's going to take, if you're very lucky, it will take 5 rounds to get to max level. And with max level stun, you should be able to stun once every... Well, it's not once every so many shots. It's a chance percentage to stun every shot. At the moment, again, this is because I haven't no balance testing or anything is being done right now. So at the moment, everything is horribly balanced. The health of enemies is completely dependent on what I'm trying to test. But so it's a 10% chance up to 5 times. So at max level, it's a 50% chance to just stun an enemy, which is going to just stop them in their tracks and stop them from moving or doing anything. It's going to be very useful against the boss enemies like the Abyss Charger and the towers, because it will stop the towers from shooting at you and just leave them completely vulnerable. The approach I'm going in terms of the perks is I kind of want this to be a little bit like games like Risk of Rain 2 and 1, I guess, where you start out fairly simplistic and basic, and then with these perks, you can kind of work your way up to being pretty powerful. But I want that in a more arena wave-based survival game. Similar, it's kind of like a mashup of games like COD Zombies and roguelikes. That's kind of the, I guess, the elevator pitch of this game. My mic keeps peaking. I'm gonna lower that a bit. But yeah, it's kind of like a... It's going to be a nice blend of those two genres. That's what I'm aiming for. At the moment, as you can see, it's... Would you believe I spent over a year on and off making this? It's not got as far as I would have liked. Like, again, this is the test map, and this is the actual map that I'm currently building, and I need to learn more about level design, and this is going to go through many design revisions, but this is kind of the gist I'm going for. Kind of floating islands with small kind of pathways connecting them. I might do multiple pathways. I might do like some like big chunky corridors. You've got this area here. There's some areas which are nice and big and open, like this area. This is just a temporary thing. And you've got some more tightly packed spaces, like the inside of what this is going to be an office building. And it'll be a nice variety. I want to add some spots as well, which are kind of aimed at people who want to camp and just hunker down in one spot and let the enemies come to them. Because I know there's players like that, and I want to cater to not cater to everyone, because that never works, but I want to have a map that kind of caters to a lot of play styles. So if you want to, which is kind of why the map's circular, if you want to train enemies all the way around, you want to lead them all the way around the entire map, back over there, up there, all the way around, you can. If you want to just loop around, let's say, these rocks here, you can. Or if you just want to hunker down, let's say, I might make a spot either here, or I was thinking about adding a room into this bit here, into this. This is going to be like an underground. This is going to be like a house. I might have it in the basement or something here. You can. So yeah, I want to do stuff like that, and I'm planning on also adding maybe a few more ways of getting to different areas, because at the moment the only way to get from here to here is literally go A or B. That's kind of it. It's a very linear map at the moment. It's not interconnected. There's no shortcuts or anything. There's no alternate pathways. It's just like, oh, I want to get to this part here. Well, I can either go around here, down there, over there, or I can go. And also at the moment it's covered in invisible walls, because as you can see it's just floating platforms. And it will kind of be floating platforms, but I don't want there to be as many invisible walls. I want there to be like barriers and stuff that kind of diegetically stop the player from jumping off the map. But that's enough of like map design rants and stuff. We're going back to the game. Oh, this here, if any of you are wondering, this is kind of like a test of the art style. And this is kind of the style I'm going to go with, this painterly kind of effect, combined with the lighting. Because I think it gives a pretty nice effect. Where it's something like this is a fairly simple texture to make in something like Substance Painter, which is the program I use to make this material very quick. Because the kind of general pattern, as you can see, like in the browns, as you can see here and here and here, that's I've already got that set up as a smart material, and that will kind of be on everything in the game. So that should speed up like making materials. The edge like kind of lines you can see, that's just ambient occlusion. And the grain in the wood, that's for that I literally just used a stock one of the stock smart materials in Substance Painter, and I just got rid of all of the different other wood aspects and just kept the normal map just for the detail. And yeah, that kind of made this table look pretty decent, despite it literally being a cube with some legs coming out of it. At least, well, it made it look decent from like a texturing standpoint, not so much from a table standpoint. It's a pretty simple table. This is a very quick test I made when I was experimenting with the art style, because I also wanted to see how long something like that would take to make, because I don't want to spend too long making this bloody materials and never get the game made. And I don't want it to be something that's really, really hard to get looking right and consistent. That's the main thing, is consistent. You don't want a game which has got, like, varying, clashing assets that all constantly, like, fight each other. You want everything to be a nice, cohesive experience, and that's kind of what I'm aiming for with this. Which is funny, because the whole story of the game is supposed to be this other dimension where bits and bobs of Earth are like all kind of clashing with each other. But more on that later. So yeah, back to the task. That's a very, very long tangent. So we've got the stun working on this enemy. Now we need to get it working on the other two. Which, honestly, should be able to just copy this and make it work for everyone else. So if I go Missile Tank, get this, Control C, go to my regular enemy, Control V, rename that to stun underscore enemy, compile save. Then all I've got to do is, rather than cast the Abyssal Tank on this one, I just cast to enemy. I need to make a different reference. Promote to variable, enemy ref. Delete that, delete that. One thing whilst I'm doing this, I do want to, at one point, probably get a webcam going on this. And I have got a webcam, I just kind of need to set up my background and room and stuff. Because at the moment, the lighting's terrible. And it's just not really a great place for a camera. I'll probably use like NVIDIA Broadcast to kind of help with that. But I just haven't set that up, and maybe also I've got to find the webcam. It's somewhere in a drawer, and I don't know where it is. But I think it would be pretty fun to have a webcam on there. I just set enemy ref again. I was honestly a bit nervous about having something like a webcam, but I think I've gotten over that a bit since I started streaming 1 week ago. Because before this, I was very unconfident about doing streams like this at all. I was like, oh, what if something goes wrong, stuff like that. But now I actually think it's a lot better than I thought it would be, and it's really genuinely it's. I know I go off on like these little tangents here and there. Which are completely like, and kind of stop working as much, and kind of go a bit off the rails. But genuinely, this has helped. Last week was one of the most productive weeks I've had on working on this game for a while, and I spent like the first 2 hours of it just talking about the game. I didn't even make anything for that for quite a while, but yeah, it's definitely helping. It's definitely making it. It's kind of like on the weekends, I always struggled to get around to working on my game because it was something that I technically didn't have to do. You know, it's like, yeah, I want to work on my game and make a game, but it's something, and even I guess in a way this is something I technically don't have to do, but it kind of feels like a responsibility that I have to do it every week now. That's kind of what I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to kind of force myself into a habit of getting down and working on things, which doing a stream like this has really helped a lot. Because it just kind of makes me feel like, right, I have to go and stream, I have to do this. Whereas before it was very much a case of, yeah, I should, I should do the work, but do I really have to? And like subconsciously, I'd always put it off, and which is why the game's taken so long so far. But that's changing. I'm trying to build basically just better habits, which genuinely streaming this stuff has really helped with. Right, so that's the stun setup. Just need to go into the behavior tree now. Stun. Stun enemy. Oh, I made 2 tasks for stuns. Huh. And wait, so is that the right? Yeah. Drag it over there. Put that there. Put that there. Make the blackboard condition. Stun. Go here. To this. Get the animation montage. Now you see why I wanted to make this kind of more standardized. Why I kind of wanted to hopefully get it so it all works as one thing. Because what I'm going to have to do now is every enemy I ever add, I'm going to have to go through and effectively remake a lot of this. And there's got to be a way to not do that. Change that blackboard key to stun just to keep it consistent. Yep. Save that. But yeah, again, just if anyone watching, either the stream or the VOD is there like, ooh, maybe I should start streaming as well, and you're a bit on the fence about it, and you're there like, oh, do I have the right equipment? Do I have this? I just kind of recommend doing it, to be honest. Yeah, your stream might not be super great, but and yeah, it may like have kind of messy audio, or you wouldn't have anything like set up, like really fancy stuff, you know. But at the very least, you've started, and then you can always just improve over time. Because I was on the fence about this for a while, and after starting, it definitely just is a lot better once you started. So we've got the animation montage done. Stun enemy. Now, I think that might actually work as is. I think. So we go. If I put myself up here, they can't get to me. Well, that's kind of working. That's the Thriller dance group has arrived. Why the fuck? Why is that happening? Let's have a look at that. Yeah, they are. They are dancing. We got the the new dance troupe, the free guys. Oh, I spawned in the floor. That's a lot of errors. Jeez. Yeah, that never spawned in the floor. Da-dum. And then the third one's gonna come in. Da-dum. Ah, they're kind of in sync. Right, so I think that's happening because melee enemy. I think the behavior tree. Yeah, I forgot to put the condition on. Decorator, blackboard is set. Stunned is set, and we want to abort lower priority. Save. Oh. Shoot, that reminds me I need to... Okay, yeah, I did set up. So, stop. Right, now let's try it. So they're down there. Oh yeah, I've got it set up so they'll walk to that barrier. Because on certain... Depending on where they spawn. Depends if there's going to be a barrier. Can they follow me up here? Yeah, they can. So yeah, that works. That works for them. Nice. Cool, that works. So I can just go there nicely. Okay, at the moment, this is... So this is the event here. This is what happens when they die. And this is effectively just to completely stop their AI. I could probably put that on a selector and just leave it here, but... Maybe even just on a route. Yeah, maybe I don't need this, but I'll change that later, maybe. It works for now. But enemy... So that's working. Now we've just got one more to add it to, which is the ranged enemy, the Abyssal Tower. Which again is just a ball. It's a ball that shoots balls at the moment. It's the ball from Prisoner, if anyone's ever watched that. I've only watched one episode. Only had to because of a uni project. It was a very weird show. From like 1968. The only thing is, at the moment, this... the Abyssal Tower doesn't actually have an animation. Which... This is animation based at the moment. So I'm going to have to make it a little bit different. So rather, if I just yoink the one from you, stun enemy, control C, go to enemy, go to range, control V. Change that to Abyss Tower. I always think Abyss has two S's. Tower. Open that up. See, Abyssal Tower blueprint, because it is a very different enemy. Yeah, as you can see, I did the sequence thing with that, and now I've remembered I want them to get stunned as well, so I'm going to have to change that. Because the way this enemy works is a very sequenced enemy. It simply teleports, random height, finds a location on the floor, teleports to a random height, waits a second, and then spawns projectile. At the moment, there's no audio cues or anything for it. And the height it chooses is kind of dependent on... I go get that, and I go get player context. No, wait. First person character, get him. Press P. Yeah, so it prefers spots which are kind of like just to the right and left of the player, and it prefers spots that are further away. And it'll try and teleport to basically, like, let's say, get rid of this just to show you better. So I've got the player, like, here, their camera's facing forwards. And it will prefer these kind of spots around the outer edge. That's kind of how it picks, like, where it's going to go. And it'll pick one of these spheres on the ground. It'll shoot a line up, and it'll pick a random position based on that height. Right. I'll be right back. The stream's not ending. I'm just going for a quick break because I need a toilet. Be right back. Right, I'm back. No, wait, that's the wrong... There, hey, I'm back. Still getting used to these keybinds. But yeah, sorry about that. Note to self: don't have anything spicy. Melee contacts. So we've got. This is going to need a bit of a rework because at the moment, again, as I said, it's a very sequence-based thing, and this works as long as he doesn't need to get stunned or anything. So I'm going to need a selector. I'm going to need. Let's get a sequence. Actually, if I move is dead is not set to that. There we go. There we go. Hang on, hold on. We're cooking. We're cooking. And then we go for stun Abyssal Tower, put a condition on that if I haven't got the bloody value yet, if stunned is set, BB key stunned, haven't got an animation montage, that's going to need to change a bit. And if stunned is set, observer aborts lower priority. That should work. Let's drag that over there. And now all we need to do is set up the actual command for it being stunned. Because at the moment it doesn't work for this. So on event cast to Abyssal Tower. Put that in. Promote to variable Abyssal Tower ref. Now this guy will have animations at one point. But for now he doesn't. Because at the moment it's just a sphere. So rather than do an animation montage, we're just going to put a delay. Let's go 1 second. I think that's about how long. Let's see how long the animation's taking for the actual stun. So 60 frames per second. Can I get this in seconds? Time format seconds. There we go. This takes about 2 seconds. I'm going to go for 1.5. I'll go for 2. We'll go for 1.8. We'll go 1.8 because that's what it is here. It's like 1.8 seconds. So we'll get stun tower 1.8. And then do that. Get rid of that. Just nothing to even really abort with this one, so we just do that. Finish execute success. And the only way I'm going to know it, to be honest, I need a way of knowing if this guy is going to get stunned. So the only way I'm going to know with the Abyssal Tower is if I put it somewhere in here, like cast Abyssal Tower, set, delay. Let's put stuns. Let's do 2 prints. Stun start. Stun. Stun end. There we go. Stun start, stun end. Resets the value, which should allow it to go back to this sequence here. This, again, just like a lot of things, This is more of like a rudimentary test. This sequence for the teleporting will be consistent. But at the moment, it teleports, it waits, and then it shoots. That will change. Because I want it to shoot... Rather than maybe shooting once, I think I'd rather it shoot like a volley of projectiles. Like maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it might do that. I think what I'll do is I'll make it so it can do that 2 to 3 times. Before it moves to a new location. And there's going to be like hit reactions on all the enemies as well. It's going to have a lot of oomph in the final game. My aim with this, by the way, this whole game, not the stream, the game, I want this game to really be done by the end of this year. And by done, I mean it's going to be a one-map thing. It's going to be a very short kind of game. It's more of a concept at the moment than a game. My plan, and this is like what I plan to do with it, is I want to release the first kind of level and the first like level map and all that with the game, everything working, all the perks in, all the enemies I want in for that level, everything working. And then, if it does like well, I want to update it with new maps and continue the story. If it doesn't do like, when I say well, I mean like if it's got a decent amount of interest, I'll probably keep developing it. If not, I'd probably move on to another project. Because, again, I've been kind of stuck developing this for a while. And outside of, like, a game I did for a game jam, it's kind of just been this. And it's gone on for a while and has stagnated quite a bit, as you can see. That's why it didn't really... And to be fair, that's because of me. I didn't develop it much. I was a bit preoccupied with some other stuff. And when I had time to develop it, I would kind of slack off. But I think that should work. But yeah, that again, changing. Can get rid of this guy. Boop, he's gone. Content. First person blueprints. Content even. Enemy. Now, this guy should just work if I put him in the world. So if I go in like there, just sit myself. Close off that wall actually, so again they get trapped. The reason I'm not just getting rid of those spawners is because it will create a lot of errors with the wave system. If I don't have any enemies that can spawn. Again, that's just the way it's programmed at the moment. I'll probably need to be changed just in case. Okay, it's working, kind of. So with this, it initializes cast terrain controller, which I think has its own event that runs. Yeah, I see why this never works now. The reason it's not working is because it's immediately doing it as soon as it possesses. Which works. I think. Let's just do begin play. I want to see if that works then. Begin play. Let's get rid of that. Why did I do unpossess? But they've escaped. Oh yeah, because I did that, didn't I? They've escaped the containment. There you go, I should stop them. Whee. Let's get max level stun shot. So at the moment he's just chilling, he shoots. Stun start, stun end, and then he... immediately goes back into the sequence. And because he goes back into the sequence, he immediately teleports after being stunned. Which works. But it's a bit... how would you say... There's a reason I did this. I know there's a reason I did begin on Possess rather than... I think it might have been... Hang on. So event play, initialize, then it casts to the controller and sets a reference. I can't think of a good reason why I did that. Is it the way they're spawned in? Ranged. Where's the spawner? No, that's the spawn selector. Spawn. Abyssal Tower. No, it just spawns it in. Yeah, I can't think of a good reason as to why I made it on Possess. For now, I'm just going to put a comment on it. Used to be this node instead of begin play. Not sure why I did to. Here in case something breaks. Because if I find that it's broken, I can go back to it and I'll put a comment on it at that point. Kind of explaining why I did it that way. By the way, if you ever get into Unreal Engine, use comments. Use them a lot. You know, all those times in this stream where I've gone over something, I'm like, oh, how does this work? Yeah, that saves you all of that hassle, because you can just leave yourself a note explaining what things do. Like, I know exactly how this code works here because of all these notes. Whereas, where I haven't put notes, I have to remember it. So yeah, make notes. Very important. Right, so that's kind of the stun working on everyone. Hey, we got a new perk affected. Nice. Now let's see what we're doing next. So that's perk responses for the Abyssal Tank also fully working. So he is effectively, for now, done. So I've got a few things on my list, which is on my other monitor, so you can't see at the moment, to do. So what should I do next? A lot of this is visual stuff, which we're not really at yet. Custom keybinds, I would do that, but that's the thing I've got to research. Improvements to enemy AI. That's another thing I'd have to research. Let's... I'd say let's add in... I kind of want to add another perk in, honestly. Because the perks are quite fun to add. And they're kind of the whole... the base of the game, in a way. So if I add in more perks, the more fun the game. That's the kind of idea. So what perk could we add in next? If we go to the first person blueprint skill system, per data table. So at the moment we've got a double jump. That's more of a simple test one. I don't even know if I'll keep that in because it is completely useless at the moment. Haste is good because that's a speed increase. Weapon-based damage, health up, increases the accuracy. Then we got some more. We got, your basic ones. Your increased health, your increased accuracy, your faster reload, your faster rate of fire, your bullets deal, AoE damage, vampire bullets, which heal you for a small percentage of damage you deal. At the moment in the game, there is no Ooh, that's something I should probably be adding. Yeah. I was literally just about to go. At the moment in the game, there is no health regen, as far as I'm aware. Hang on. Regen. No. So there is no health regeneration, which is something we can change. So, because health is all handled in the status component, all content, first person, blueprints, which I keep forgetting is not in here, it's in here. I'm going to move that because it really should be in first person. Wrong first person. Yeah, so there's a reason why this is messy, and let me explain. The reason why this is very messy. Where is it? The reason why there's so many first-person BPs and stuff is because a lot of this I actually imported from a different project. The parkour movement, the sliding and all that is a thing I worked on before in the last project, and I got it to work pretty well. So rather than remake it and go back through like a 50-minute, like 2-hour tutorial series to get it to work again, only to remove parts of it because I didn't want the way I've got the map set up. I don't really want them to wall run. At least so for now, I've turned it off. I might re-add that later because I kind of feel like in a horde shooter, being able to wall run around enemies really makes it easy to just live. Yeah, granted, wall running's fun. Like in-game, wall running can be very fun, but it kind of content. It makes it very easy to just I need to dock that. Where's that gone? For God's sake. First person BP. Move that here. There we go. Yeah, it makes it very easy to just kind of avoid enemies. And again, it's fun, but I want the game. The problem is with that is that you never really become vulnerable. You're always able to escape. Which I find, if you've played, like, let's say, COD Zombies, and you've played Cold War versus the older ones, they're both fun, but they're kind of different fun. Cold War's very power fantasy. You can just mow them down with pretty... Like, the boss zombies are difficult, but the actual main zombies aren't. Whereas, if you... And part of the problem is that you can vault pretty much anything in Cold War zombies. So if there's like a wall, you can normally vault over it and escape. Whereas in the old zombies, you couldn't vault anything. You couldn't... if you got yourself trapped in a little tiny corner, you had to fight your way out of it. Whereas in Cold War, there's a good chance you can vault over something and just escape that way. And yeah, it opens up a lot of options to the player, but it also kind of it makes it less important where you are on the map, since you can almost always guarantee an escape. Like, being on top of a staircase in Black Ops 1 was very dangerous because you're in a very tight space which you can't get out of. Whereas being on top of a staircase in Cold War, well, you could just vault over the railing, get behind all the enemies, and bolt out the door. You know, it's stuff like that. It can kind of... Giving too many options in terms of movement to the player, it can also have the opposite effect of making the game too easy, because you can just always be in the best situation possible, which on one hand is rewarding the player for thinking like that. On the other hand, it can feel a bit cheap. It can make the game feel too easy. Especially if you don't have the enemies set up to counter it. And I don't know enough about AI at the moment to allow them to do stuff to you whilst you're wall running around. There are ways I could change it. I could have it so you run out of stamina on the wall faster, and if you have no stamina, you can't be on the wall or something, but at the moment, there's no stamina in the game, which I probably will change. So, right, we've got the regenerate, and this will be different depending on each person. Because I've got this status component is both for enemies and allies. So we're going to have a custom event called Begin Regen. So at the moment, when you get damage, it will do an event called Check Health. And this happens pretty much any time damage taken. You go get spawns of damage numbers in, and it will do Check Health. And on Check Health, it will see if you've died. If you haven't died, what I want to do then is another branch called... Let's move this over here. And this... We'll get the regenerate, because we can do it off this. So if we get regenerate, and if we just go is greater than 0. So basically, if you have any regen at all, then it can do begin regen. Retrigger. So if it's true, we'll do event by timer by event. Plug that. Move it over. Move it down here. Plug that in there. And we'll do, let's say, for now... Oh, we can also do regen delay. And we get regen delay, plug that in there. And what this will do is time by event, and it will play this. So if you can regen, and if it will then go off, it will delay. And if basically, because what this will allow me to do is if you get hit again, this will run again and reset this timer. That's the joy of timer by event. Is that if you set it again, it will just restart. So begin regen. will be... How's the best way of going about this? Because we want the health to increase. So, we kind of want like a loop, I guess. Set loop. Nope. Loop. Not a for each loop. Not a for loop, because that's an array. So the regen rate is going to be how much health you regenerate per when it regens. So we're going to go set time by event, begin regen. Get regen rate. Get current health. And it'll simply be a case of adding these together. So health plus regen rate. And then set the current health. Nope. It's the wrong one. Set current health. And then we just want this to repeat. Nope. Huh. The best way would be timer by event. Because that's like the timer to begin the regen. Do I really want to do a timer by events followed by a timer? I guess that would work though. Hang on. So set timer by event. Set next tick by event. No. I suppose actually what I could do is event tick. And begin regen will set regenerate to true. Ooh. But then this will be constantly checked. Nah, I don't want to do that. Can I do a function? Is there a function I could do for this? Yeah, so I get regenerate, event tick. I don't really need to be a function, to be honest. Event tick, begin regen. Get current health, set current health. I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be, I know I am. Just a simple delay of 0.2. And then is current health equal to max health? Actually, I can do check heal for that. Check heal. Current health, max health. Begin regen. Do check heal. I might actually make check heal a function. That would probably be better. Hang on. That's the function. Check heal. They're going to break everything. Here it is. Or was there a reason I didn't... Oh, hang on, I think I know why I didn't. First person, blueprint... Because I think this damage component... on vamp damage. No, that... Yeah, that can do that. Never mind. Alright, cool. So that can run that function and check the health there. Check heal. And then, because what I can do then is I can put an output to max health. Do 2 of these. So if it's true, max health is true. If not, it's not. So begin regen, current health, regen rate, current health, delay, 1.2. On completed, we're going to do check heal, plug that in there, pile save. Is max health true? If it's not true, we're gonna loop it round. Get that look nice. And yeah, that should be it. And we can check if this works. Might need to just make sure nothing's broken from that. Changing it to a component. So we do K. We'll do like J. Because I think I put too many things on K. Tell you what, Z. Nothing's on Z. So if we debug key. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. If we do Z. I want it to just test if that even works. So we just do print. Hello. Yes, that works. Wait. Yep. So we're just gonna damage ourselves. We just go normal damage. And we'll do 50 damage. Bar, save. Okay, and then we wait. At the moment, I've just remembered, I've actually got to... Yeah, it's fine, I don't need the damage causer. So player damage. Player, I need to go to his stats component because I need to change the regen rate. We'll go for now. We'll go it's every 0.2 seconds. Let's go 1 second. 1 HP, and we'll go a delay of 2. Let's give that a shot. So do this. We do Z. He gets damaged. We wait. And now it's regen. Never get damaged again. It doesn't stop. but it does regen. And it should stop when I reach 100. Yep. And never do get damaged again. Right. So, the one problem is now we've got it to work. We just need to get it to cancel that timer when we've been damaged. Because at the moment, once it begins regens, it never it never stops. I think the easiest way to do that is just regen as a bool. To be honest, if I just got a boolean for regenning, so when it begins to regen, it will set that to true. And then it will get an and here. Although I don't actually need that, I could just change that to add a 1 for regen. If it's at max health, it's also regenning. It's not regenning if it is. Yeah, just do that. Change that to true. And just do regen. Set regen, set current health. Don't want to do it from there, actually, thinking about it. Let's get rid of these outputs. Don't need those. I will want to put in here, though, set regen to false if it is max health. If it's not the current max health, it doesn't need to do anything, but if it is, it needs to set regen to get regen. So if it is if regen's true, it will keep regenerating. Regen will get set false if it reaches the max health, or if it reaches or exceeds the max health. What I need to do as well is actually change that to greater or equal. Because I don't want it to try and overheal and then stop. I just want it to stop when it reaches max health. But yeah. So check heal. If it can regen, it will loop back. If it can, it won't. And then all I need to do is on check health. Is current health is as soon as it does the check health command, I'm just going to put regen. Actually, I might do it even before then. Nah, I'll do it when I do check health. So as soon as I do check health, it's going to set regen to false. So now, if I damage myself, it'll start regenning, and if I was to damage myself again, it stops. And then starts again. And that, for now, works. And now what I can do with that is I can make 2 new perks. So we're going to add 2. I just realised I think I might have actually got the stream title set wrong. Yeah, I've got it as first Gamedev stream. It's not the first one. Let's change that. Let's go. What should I call it? It's not really first Gamedev stream. I don't want to just call it Gamedev stream. It's pretty. Unreal Engine 5 Gamedev stream. There we go. That's what I'll call it. Done. That's a bit more of an accurate title to it, I think. Second Gamedev stream. Yeah, that's a pretty good shout. I'll change it to that. We're just gonna keep going. Keep going through the numbers. Tomorrow will be the 3rd Gamedev stream. I'll come up with a title probably over today. So we want to rename this to. I think the 2 perks I'm going to add now, they're both going to be. Because we've got game. No, hang on. We've got stun. There's going to be one for regen rate increase and one for regen delay decrease. So regen. I just put these as regen underscore delay and regen rate. I can change the names later, but the perk, you're not gonna see the row name, but you will see the perk name. But the perk name isn't actually important to the program. The row name is. So regen underscore rate. So we go like regen up. And then we go regen. I've put those in the wrong one. Regen up, and regen delay down. Regen delay. Then we'll go decreases the delay. I don't think I spelled decreases right at all. Reduces. I'll do that because I spelled that. Reduces the delay before health begins to regenerate. And regen up increases health regeneration rate. These are some of the more like boring perks, but in my opinion, these are like the. I just put that. Increases the rate of regeneration. So at the moment, we have got the regen rate I've set for the character by default. I put it as 1. The character's going to have, let's say we give the character 100 health. That's 1 HP every 1.2 seconds. So I'm going to increase it by, let's go 1 every time. Just for now. So increases the rate of regeneration by 1 HP per 0.2 seconds. And thumbnail will just be temp. Wherever it is, temp. And we'll go for 5 tiers of this. A lot of these perks have got 5 tiers. There will be some with others, but for now, a lot of the perks have got 5 tiers. And I will change these as well. And same for the regen delay, we'll go for 5. And temp. Oh, I was holding S by accident. Temps. Go for temp. Save those. Status component. Regen rate. Delay. Check heal. So now in terms of implementing that, that should actually be one of the more simple perks to implement, I'm hoping. Because we've got update perks. So we just want to go bing bing. Find case 1 is, and this time I'm just gonna Control C, Control V, double checking I've not got any. Yep, regen delay, and Control C. Control V. Drag it down. And now we need to make a new function for these. Because all of my perk updates are in this amazingly great function. Alright, I think haste. I don't think any of these actually use the... What should I use as a base for it? I think haste works the best as a base, so we'll just duplicate, update, regen rate. So we get the row name, which is regen rate we're doing first. Update query perks regen rate. If it's a success, it switches on in. We don't need this. Get rid of that. What we need is we need to get my character, get reference. So get the skill component, not the skill component, the stats component. We want to get the regen rate. And at the moment, on this character, it is set to I should actually just be able to go plus 1. And then set. Because some of these I've had to get the tier level. But I don't think I have on all of them. Let's say like health up. Yeah, and health up I just did like get the component, add some to the add max health, add the current health and max health. So what I need to do for this is get the regen rate, add 1, and then set the regen rate. True regen rate. So we can add 1 to that, and then I can duplicate this. And increase regen delay. I didn't mean to put the hashtag. Change that to regen delay. Make sure I spelled that right. Yep. And rather than adding it in this one, we just decrease it. So at the moment, I've got the regen delay set to 2 seconds. Let's set it to 5 seconds, because that's quite a hefty time before your regen starts. So you got to survive for a decent amount of time if you're low health. And we'll reduce it by a second each time. Yeah, I want to get it to like 1 second regen delay. Which means it needs to be 6 seconds. 6 seconds down to 1. There we go. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. I don't want it to be instant, because if it is, it will just go. But I do want it to be a short delay, the more you get this perk. And the whole second shaved off is pretty significant at times. So regen, rather than regen rate, it's regen delay. And what this potentially allows me to do, if I want to, I can make enemies regenerate health, which I might do for some of the bosses. I might also add an enemy, which if you get him low, he will start to run away and regenerate his health. So get regen rate minus 1, set regen delay to whatever that is. Bong, bong. Here we go. Update health, update regen. So now we just need to go to update perks, scroll down, add in regen delay. And add in regen rate. And just print string regen delay. And the same for regen rate. The only reason I've got this string, is just so I can know that this bit's worked. Now we can go back to the event graph. Go over here where I did J for check Gs for stun shot, and instead of that, we'll do regen underscore delay. So now if I do Z, it should be 5 seconds before it starts. And if I get that to max level, and then go Z. Yeah, it starts really quick now. So that, ignore that. That works. And now if we do regen rate, dismiss that, and go J, give myself regen rate. So we should see that when it starts. It's going up by 2 now, and if I do J again, Z, J a few more times, till it removes, it's going up a lot quicker. Oop. Because when it goes to... If I get it all the way up to 5, I should see it go up in increments of 5. Or increments of 6, because it's going up by 1 anyway, and I've got 5 tiers. Okay, never mind. But yeah. So it'll go up to 6 HP per second. Which is a hell of a lot. 0.2 seconds. Which is a lot quicker regen than 1 HP per 0.2 seconds. Now, at the moment, these perks you get at the end of every round. You get to... if I quickly show you what happens when the round... I just realised I've got the damage set to literally nothing. So it's going to take forever to kill anything. Let's put the damage back up to 10. So at the end of every round, you're going to get a selection of 4 perks. Random picked perks from the list. So as you see, regen delays here. So do that. And now I've got 1 thing of regen delay. Yeah, so the idea is that at the end of every round, you will get to pick a perk. And when you do, it will give you random choice of any of these perks. So bullet burst, reload burst, stun shot. It gives you how many tiers are at the bottom, max tiers. I've got to change that so it will show the current tier and then the max tier. But that'll be later on. That was just kind of showing you how many times you can get that perk. But yeah, at the moment, so that's the end. The whole round system and perk system is completely working. Granted, if you and as long as you're playing within the confines of the game, it works fine. However, as a minute, because at the moment I'm testing, I've given myself the ability to kind of like go past the limit. Because what I can potentially do with check tiers and perk tiers 5, I think I can actually set this higher than it's supposed to be. But I'm not sure. But yeah, we got like your basic ones here. Base weapon damage is buff bullets. Because yeah, I think I can actually do more damage than I'm supposed to. If I do. So if I change this to... If I copy that, Control C, and go into the player and manually update this one. So if I go J up until it gets removed. I think I actually fixed that. No, yeah, I actually have set a hard limit. Nice. Right, cool. I did remember it because before I didn't have this tier thing set up where it would check when it would update, so you could just increase beyond the limit of what you were supposed to be able to. Now let's see. I want to add in. So at the moment we've got perks for jumping, speed increase, weapon damage, health, accuracy, reload speed, rate of fire, AoE damage, health, regeneration, fire, a chance to dodge enemy attacks, a reload burst, stun shot, reduces delay for healing, and increases the regeneration rate. I want to add in another perk, and I'm going to add in... I want to add in something a bit more fun, a bit more game changing, because all these are like stat increases, very minor things. I want to add in something that actually gives you a new ability. So at the moment in the game, I've got like a slide, and at the moment it's kind of useless. I'm going to add in something so when you slide into an enemy, it explodes. I want to do that. I think that would be fun. So let's do it. So we're going to call this Explosive. No. Slide to that. No. Slide. The bro name would just be Slide Explosion. Slide Explode. And explosive slide. Sliding. Into an enemy will deal AoE damage. Will cause an explosion, damaging enemies in radius. Damaging enemies in a radius. Gonna go for a temp. And we're gonna go for 5. Yeah, 5 of that should do. No, actually, we're going to go for... I kind of want it to be one that you can upgrade. So by default, it will do like a small explosion with a decent amount of damage, and then it will do more damage. Sliding into an enemy increase. Further upgrades. Increase AoE. Increase explosion radius and damage. So yeah, we'll go for 5 tiers. Why not? We'll go. Why not? Be right back again. It won't be long. Okay. Alright, I'm back again. Sorry about that. Right. Where were we? So we were damage effects. We've got normal, player damage, damage effect interface. We want to do slide. So yeah, increases the radius. So what that should be a simple case of doing is on the first person character on the viewport, I just need to add in a box collision, which will just sit probably about there. Go there for now. Make that a tool. And we'll make that... Yeah, that should be fine. And we want to change this to a custom, because we want it to basically ignore everything except for enemy. And what that should do, if I've set this up correctly, is allow me to charge into enemies, but it won't hit anything else. It won't hit like their projectiles or anything. And then... So we need to go make the perk update first and foremost. Oh, my headset's running out of battery. But plug that in. Yep, it is still on. So we want to go for the control. The update. We'll just duplicate the last one we did. Update. Slide explode. Region delay. Change that to get the thing from here, just so I don't misspell it. Get rid of some of these. I don't need these. Slide explode. Compile save. Get rid of these. So when it updates, in here there's going to be a variable for slide explode enabled. And we're going to want to do a switch on int for this, because I've got different effects happening depending on the tier. So we want 5. I think I could do it so it starts on 1. That's what I did for reload burst. Now reload burst I just set as a one-time thing. I might change that so that gets bigger as well. Buff bullets. What was it? Haste? Yeah, haste. Yeah, so you can just do it as a 1 to 5, yeah. Let's get rid of all these. I've got way too many things open. It's going to get confusing fast. So change that so has a default pin and starts on 1. And remove execution pin. So we want to change, the first one is just a simple case of variable slide explode set to true. And then we need 2 more variables for slide explode radius. And oh, actually, I can, rather than do a variable for this, I've got an idea. I'm just going to set this to slide explode level. I'll show you why in a minute. Because then I can have it under one thing rather than multiple. Slide explode level. So set that. So level 1. Because I'm trying. I don't want like. I don't know, but I feel like having too many variables is a bad thing. Either just in terms of optimization, or just in terms of keeping track of them at the very least. Slide level 4. Slide level 5. So there's 5 levels of explode slide. That can be set. By default that's false, and by default that's going to be 0. I might actually just be able to set it by the level rather than that. So... on movement mode, crouch slide when this is triggered. See, this puts me into either a slide. Slide start, can slide. Have I got like just a thing saying if I'm sliding? Set parkour, movement mode, new mode, slide, crouch. Get movement mode equal is movement change? No. Movement. Get parkour movement mode. Get current movement mode. Previous movement mode. Current movement mode. So I just got some messages on my phone. Sorry. Jesus. Right. Cabal save. At the moment, because all the movement stuff happens in here. In the part. So jump events. I've got slide update. Slide end. And slide so slide end. So what I can do is I can just, I don't really want to cast, but I might need to. Wait, actually, hang on. Isn't this look? Have I got the player controller hooked up to this? Oh, I might have. Hang on. Where's the initialize? Character. Yeah, I've got that. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I can just hook up character. So if we go slide start. Sprint and crouch, douche. There's a lot of stuff. I can't remember how any of this works. Jesus. I'm going to whack it in... I'm just going to put it at the end here. So we're going to get the character. Going to set... Does this character, is it actually initialize custom event character, initialize graph, set character? I got the character movement, so I feel, would you initialize? What do I actually feed into it? Yeah, I literally put my, so I should be able to have available, I should have access to the things I need. So slide start, because I should have, I just want an event to happen called so we've got 2 custom events, one called begin explosive slide, and one called end. End explosive slide. Damn it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that, but I think I do. Or can I just... Nah. Object reference, because that's an object reference. Not, damn it. Alright. And then slide end. Okay, just whack it on the end. Oop. So slide start. You can just copy this. Slide end. Paste here. And this, instead of begin, we just do end explosive slide. And there we go. Right, so begin explosive slide and end explosive slide. So on the beginning of it, first need to check if it's enabled. Is it enabled? If so, we get the... Because this, the easiest way of doing this is just to simply, by default, no collision. Object type will be... It's not projectile. I guess I'll call it player. So we just want to... By default, there's no collision for it. And when we have this enabled, if that's true, we get this box, which I'm going to call something. Rather than just box, it's going to be slide explosive. Tell you what, call it slide hitbox, because then we might have, I might do other things as well with the slide. So slide hitbox. And then set collision to we don't need physics collisions, we just need query. So true. Set collision enabled for query. And on the end slide, it's just the opposite of this. Set no collision. That's all we really need to do there. I didn't know you could add comments on it. Can whack that over there for now. And then what we want to do is we want to have slide hitbox on begin overlap. Why have you gone down? Oh my god, that's so far down. Why are you all the way down there? Begin overlap. Slide hitbox. Don't need that. So, on begin overlap. I feel like melee, I did a line trace and I just did an out hit actor. So on this, other component, other actor, damage. We're going to apply damage based on... Well, first, actually, before that, we're going to do a print. We're just going to print working. Because first and foremost, we need to actually make sure this bloody hits anything. So, check tiers. So what we want to do is get perk data rather than that. We want slide explode. Battle save. So we just go J. I don't think I actually set it to an update in the actual perk thing. Variables. Update perks. No, I didn't. If you think this, by the way, this switch on string is messy, you didn't see what it was like before. Before this switch on string, it was literally just all of these in a row after each other, and whenever you got a new perk of any perk, it would literally update every single. It would check every perk. But the switch on in allows it to just not take the piss and just update what it needs to, which is a lot better. Than what it used to be, because it used to be such an awful system. So now, if I go J, that seems to... Okay, yeah, that seems to work. Except for the fact it didn't ever turn it off. Hang on, is it just enabled if I go J? So it doesn't stop when I stop crouching, which is one problem. And once even when I've stood up, it never stops. So that's not exactly working as it should be. Slide end. Oh, I was hoping that'd be easy. Oh, I see why. It's because of where I put it. Because that only happens if I've stood up, right? If I whack it here instead. There into there. Crouch save. Let's try that. So J. So now, Yeah, there we go. It's not coming up constantly now whenever I am sliding. Yeah, we live? Yeah. Oh wait, I've got the chat open in like this little window here, and I've read this like, "Yo, we live," as if it's just been sent. I'm I'm an idiot. Oh, why is it so tiny now? There we go. Just made it better. Right. Oh, we all get used to things different times. So we've got... Yeah, that's working now. So now I just need to actually make it deal damage on the collision. So... And the question is, what damage do I want to deal? So we need to do a switch on it for the different types, the different levels of slide explode level. Add in 5 pins. Can remove the default. And then apply damage. So I kind of want this to work like a multiplayer, I think. So at the moment we got our base damage, which is from the status component. We can go damage. And we'll get base damage, which at the moment is set to 10. And depending on the slide explode level, I want it to do different levels of damage. Because I actually want this to be pretty damaging. So let's say the first one is just... this is annoying because I'm going to have all of these set up like this. Might collapse this in a bit, but... So the first one will just be the base damage. Damage actor is other actor. The event instigator is... I'll sort that out a bit. Now the damage class is something I'm going to get back to in a bit as well. Then we got this one. I'm going to go base damage times... I'll think 1.5, because if we get a calculator up here. So let's say a base damage is 10. If we do times 1.1, that'll give us a damage output of 11. If we go 0.5 every time, so 10 times 1.5. So that'll make the second tier do 15 damage. The problem is, I feel like after that, if we get it to tier 5, it'll be like without any upgrades on the gun, the main weapon, times 1.5 to 3 point. So that'll be like 1.5 to 2.5, 3. So that'll be 3. It'll be 30 damage for a slide, which is very powerful. Yeah, balancing's later. Well, actually, to be fair, again, having it kind of being able to become powerful is also kind of the ideal of this game. And a lot of this is going to be if you actually get to have the perk, because it's all random. So we're going to go slide. Nope. We're going to go multiply. I don't need 2 base damage is what I'm doing. So base damage multiplied by 1.5. Oh, no, it's not applied damage. We need radial damage. because radial damage is a radius around the player, around where this will be, which can attack multiple enemies. So yeah, we need radial damage. So apply damage. The base. Yeah, I'm gonna make this a function just to make this a little bit neater, I reckon. Maybe. For now, I'll just do this. Apply damage. The origin sorts out in a sec. Control C, Control V. Two. Throw this up here well out the way so I have room for this. Get it in, tidy it up in a sec. 3 and 4. So yeah, so it'll be base damage, and then for that, 1.5. Put that there. Multiply by 2. Multiply by 2.5. Oh, no, that's the radius. And multiply by 3. Do that. Just to make it a little bit neater. It's slightly less spaghetti-like that way. Problem with blueprint, it gets very spaghetti. Yeah, so we've got the base damage. The origin is just gonna be self. Get world location of the capsule component, I suppose. So I don't even need to just do pop. So I'm pretty sure with damage radius, if you leave that at 0, and I've got something I can look at to test with this, if I go to like reload burst, whether that is. That will also be on the first person gun. So if I go to my weapon component, which is spaghetti, literally spaghetti, oh my god. Yeah, so damage origin radius I left to, that's the how big it is, yeah. There is fall off range you can do somewhere. But going back up here. So we're going to just set the radius. That's also going to increase with the tier. So default is going to be, let's go 100. And it's going to go up, let's say 20 a time. So 100, 120. Now 125, so we can get up to 200. 125, 150, 175, and 200. damage causer is the actor that caused the damage, the grenade that exploded. So the damage causer, I need to get the character, a reference to myself, and then for the controller is the other thing. So self can just go in damage causer. Just gonna make a new one of these every time just to keep it a little bit neater. Because at the moment it's a bit spaghetti-like. I'm just trying to reduce that a little bit. Damage causer. Think I can do like yeah, that's not too messy. There we go. And get controller. Just do this for that. Instigate by controller, instigate by controller, instigate by controller, instigated by controller. It's very fun, this going back through all the things and make sure they're all hooked up. Now, when it came to doing the radial damage here, I don't know if I actually put current damage type. I think I actually did. Yeah, I did do player damage for that. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if I actually did make it able to do the stats effects, and I did. So we just play damage. Play damage. Play damage. Play damage. Play damage. And that should mean it can also activate perks, which is what I want. So you can potentially slide into an enemy, explode them, and it will stun them. That's the whole idea of that. I reckon that would be some pretty cool effects. Because I kind of want a lot of these effects to work together in a great way. The problem, like... Because, you know, it's all well and that's like, oh, when you shoot, you can stun an enemy. But what about your melee? What about your slide? I want those to be able to activate the perks. Because I potentially as well, I want certain things to activate when you do slide versus when you melee. Which is like kind of what we've got here. When you slide into an enemy, you explode. And I might have some other effects that can happen after this as well. But for now, this should be all that needs to happen. And we also need some kind of cool particle effects. Spawn emitter at location. We need a cool particle effect to really show an explosion. And I think there's actually a default explosion somewhere that's decent. There we go. Just good. And that's again. This will change to a decent particle later. There we go. Spawn location. Oh, and more importantly, we actually need to turn this hitbox off after you've hit something, which should be pretty easy because all we need to do is call this event. So, end explosive slide. So if we go J, I think that worked. I kind of want to actually have. There is a way to see the debug sphere on this. Oh yeah, I actually have to draw the fucking shit. Okay. Well, at the moment, so what's happening at the moment is it's getting the capsule location and doing a radius around the player, which is kind of what I want. But the explosion I need to have happen a little bit in front of the player, just so you can actually see it. To be fair, actually, I should probably just go off the hitbox location. I'll do that. So go first person character. Rather than the capture component, we'll get the slide hitbox, because that's just in front of the player. Try that. And same for the radius. And to see the radius, we've got to do this. We'll just test it with the first location for now. Radius of 100, segments 12, duration, yada yada. Just put duration to like 4. So we can see it for a while. Compile, save. End explosive slide. Let's try this again. J. Whee. There we go, that's a bit better. You can actually kind of see it. At the moment, that's a very small explosion. Also, is it even doing any damage? Yeah, it's doing damage. .8? What? Why is it? Hang on. Oh. I think that's why. I think it actually... Hang on. I think it actually has a damage fall off. So if I was to set this to full damage, this should do 10. Because my base damage in the stats component is set to 10. I've actually got to buy the perk first. Yeah, okay, there we go. There is a way, I know you can change it, so you can, there's a version of this node where you can change the fall-off range. See, if you get it right and you can kill an enemy, you can slide through him like a boss. Like this. Whoosh. Ignore that. Whoosh. I kind of like that. That's cool. Now, I'm also going to add an impulse to this, so it will knock enemies back. Because at the moment, it's very easy. You know, you're going to slide into an enemy, deal damage, and then just immediately get hit. Like that. So if I make it do a small knockback. Which I have impulse. I think I can just do a radial impulse. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Radial impulse. Can I tell it to ignore me? I hope so. Because I don't really want to blast myself back. I want to blast everything else back. So let's just try this. Add radial impulse. Which will also increase depending on the tier. So the origin will be that. The component, if I go slide hitbox, it should ignore me, I'm hoping. Radius of 100. And let's go strength of... Just for shits and giggles, 100. Riff consistent or linear? Should get generally weaker from origin. Constant strength. We'll go for a weaker from origin. And apply strain, they just don't explain what that does. Let's give it a go. I've got to buy the perk. I keep forgetting about that. Alright, it's done absolutely nothing. And I think I might know why. Hang on. If I go... Because I did an impulse. I did a bit of knockback for the Abyssal Tank's charge. And in that... wasn't in here. It was actually in here. Charging hitbox. It would apply damage. And it would also launch the characters. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do a physics impulse, which I haven't got set up. That's why none of these characters have physics. They just have a movement component. So I need to actually launch them rather than an impulse, because that's a physics thing. Is there any launch URL? What's this do? No, it launches, isn't it? Event on launch, can launch, has launch option. See, when I have... The way enemies take damage at the moment is... It's like on event, any damage. And the damage type gets feed into... Damage... Where does damage type go? Damage type goes to... Damage taken. It also goes up here. It goes into type. Trigger player effect. I don't know if damage type's ever actually used. Hang on. Content. Enemy. Where is it? Damage. Damage received, damage infect interface, player damage. That's the one I want. We just want trigger player effect. I set the damage type, but I don't actually think I ever use it. Like, ever. Thinking about it. No, I literally never use it. Alright. So does it... On the enemies, is there a way I can tell them when they receive radial damage to get a bit of knockback? Enemy... Melee, enemy... Radial... So we go damage. So we've got apply damage, apply point damage... So point damage kind of tells you where the hit came from. So event damage. On event, any radial damage. There we go. So we can still feed through all this info, which is good. The problem is this might... I might need to change it to point damage and radial damage rather than just damage in general. I've said damage too many times, and now it's sounding weird. But yeah, I think the way I've got it set up at the moment is any damage, which counts everything, explosions. Whereas what I might need to do is I might need to change the bullet to point damage, because that will allow me to separate explosives and bullets. Yeah, because this yeah, I've got to do it like that, I reckon. So if I get that from, or I want to launch the character, so launch character. And what I need to do is I need to work out the basically direction from the origin towards the location. And I want to increase that velocity. Oh god, how do I do that? I don't know math. I don't actually know if I know how to do that at the moment. Let's see. Because the way I do here is I get the first person camera, I get the world location of this, and I'm gonna Google it. How to launch a Unreal Engine. And to launch a character with a radial I don't want to say with an explosive. How to launch a character from a radial point. How to launch a character away from another character. Oh god. I don't want to watch that. Out all actors in loop, get actor location, get unit direction vector from and to. Huh. Well, I found this, which is so the way they're doing it is they're doing get all actors in the radius, get the location from the character to the other character, and it launches the character. And to be fair, it does seem to work. So I reckon I'll do something like that. So put that on the other monitor. And let's go and give it a go. So we've got radio damage. What do they do? Because I'm going to have to do it slightly differently, but I can still get it to work probably. Maybe. Event radial damage. We want to get the origin and get unit direction. So from the origin to self, we're going to get the world. So self, get world. I think I could just go get actor, location. From the origin to this actor's location, we want to split the struct pin. We want to do an X, Y, and Z. Multiply. Adding 3 pins. There was a... Can I only add the one? Oh, there we go. Yes, we want to add one there. Plug these in. Add 1. I'm just going to do it the way they did it, see if I get the same result. The result I desire. 500. Launch the character. Convert that to a vector. Put that in the velocity. Put that in damage. Don't need damage type. Just do that. I might actually be able to still do any damage and just have the radial damage launch this. I don't know if that will stop it from doing that. So I'll give this a go. Let's try this. J. Hopefully it works. Oh, hello. Does it work? No. At least it didn't seem to. Is it even doing this? Print. Pile save. Try again. J. I've got too many strings going, I can't tell, so launching. Do that. Compile save. J. Yeah, so it is running that. It's just not doing the impulse. Oh, no, it is. Hang on. It is just very slight. So what if we increase the values a little bit? So we go +2 for the Z. And we'll go 1,000. Well, that's 10,000 actually. Yeah, let's give that a go. This will we'll definitely be able to see if it works then. Surely. Oh yeah, I've got to buy the perk. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a bit more room to work with, because I closed those off so I could just deal with an enemy without them. But now I need to actually have them. Here we go. Yeah, that works. Whee! Where's it even gone? Oh my god! Fuck out of here. Whee! I think that's a home run. Yeah, it's definitely working. Okay, so I've just got... Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, I can't have it that ridiculously. So I need to set that to... Let's go something a bit more reasonable. Let's try... I did 500, it barely moved. I'll try 500 again, see if it moves them a little bit more. Now that they go up a little higher. Nah, it needs to be way higher. I think the reason is because the direction isn't actually that far. Because the video that they've shown here, in the way they've got it to work, is this... Because it's going from here to here, it's a lot further distance to start with. Whereas mine's a pretty close quarters thing. So I reckon if I go 10,000 was way too high. Let's try 5,000. Actually, just 5,000. See what that's like. J. Yeah, still a bit too high. Whee! Where the hell did he? Oh, he went for the floor. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. They can go through the floor. So let's go 2,000. I want the Z to go like 10. Because I actually want them to launch up a decent amount rather than going down. Help if I brought the perk. I might have set the Z too high. Let's go 1. Let's go 3. Let's try that. Just tweaking the numbers at this point, trying to get it reasonable. Still too high. I think it's now just the 2,000 bit is too high. Let's try 1,000. J. See, sometimes they literally just don't move. And then sometimes they fly off into space. 500, but increase this to 20. And I'm in the floor. Ooh, that's a lot of errors. Let's try that. J. See, why do they just sometimes clip through the floor? Because it's going from that radius center. And the radius spawns inside of them. That's why. Oh, that's why. Okay, I see the problem. So what I need to do is play a... Because the radius is spawning literally inside of them, it doesn't know what to do, and it's literally just shooting them through the ground. So what I need to do, instead of making it through the radius around the... radius needs to come from the player. Get active location. Plug those in. I reckon if it comes from the player rather than the hitbox, it will be like a bit smaller in terms of what it can hit, but it shouldn't cause things to clip through the world. I hope. There we go. And then I need to get it here as well. Put that in. Put that in. File, save. Okay. J. Let's give this a crack. Nope, they just still sometimes clip through the floor. In fact, it happens even more now, Jesus. Rather than get the unit direction, for that. Hang on. Oh. 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 Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why, isn't it? Add. Nope. Add. Let's go 1. And then we want to put that to a float. Put that to like 500. Is that why? Is that why it was being so janky? Yeah. Yeah, it was. Right. So, what was happening? What was happening was I wasn't doing an X, Y, and Z. I was doing this. These are all, if I disconnect that, these are all X, Y, and Z. So I was doing X, Y, and Z for X, and X, Y, and Z for Y. That is why. That's why. And redo won't work, but yeah, that's what was happening. So rather than doing what it should have done, which is timesing the X, Y, and Z, which is split from this, so you know, X into the Y into the Z, do that by like 1 just to give it a bit more of an increase, and then do that to no, not split. Just want to make that into a float and do that by like 500. Rather than doing that, it was just it was just making the it looked right, but it was the wrong node. That being said, sometimes it does have a habit of not going off. But I should be able to now, rather than have it set. So I wonder if I can put it back onto the where I want it to be, the explosion sphere, which is the component of the slide hitbox. Just gonna leave that one there in case I need to reuse it again. We love redoing the same bit over and over again because you've done something wrong without realizing it. Let's try this now. See, it launches them very high, but not far. I don't really want to launch that high, so I might take off that +1 for the enemy launch. So let's take off that and just have it feed in. That's in the floor. And let's add. Let's go 100 to both this and this, and see if that changes anything. Okay, maybe I need to add less. Add one. Put that there. Let's try this now. J. What the fuck? Okay, let's not do 100. Let's do like 5. Let's try that. God's sake. J. No, I don't want to add, I want to multiply, don't I? So, multiply. So if I multiply that by like 100, and that by 100, and then it gets multiplied again. Let's give that, see what that does. So hopefully that goes well. J. Whee. Nope. Put them into... Oh, wait, whoa. That launches... Okay, that's launching them way too far. Let's tone that down a bit by going like 3. Times that by 3. Let's see what that does. It's all about tweaking. Still a bit too far. But the problem is actually now they're getting launched a bit too high. So if I go... But if I take that away and just put that in, I'm pretty sure it's too low. I think they're too low to the ground then, and they can't really get off. Yeah. So what if I reduce this by like 200? Put it to that. Go J. I think he clips through the floor because he's dying. Yeah, if they're clipping through the floor, they'll die because they can't collide with the floor because all collisions get turned off. Okay, I might need to change how that works. It's knocking them back, but not enough. So let's try that at 400. Jink. And now it's too far. So let's try that again at 300. That might be a sweet spot. Get to a nice open area. Just the one. Ooh, now that's the thing. There's a I see now why they're stopping sometimes. When they go into an attack state, yeah, I see why. When they go into an attack state, they're currently coded so they slow their movement speed down, which in turn affects their air speed. Because I think when I did that, I told them to animation montage. I did attack speed, which is set max walk speed. And I reckon that is messing... Oh, God, I've opened Microsoft Visual Studio. Suddenly have a monitor. Bugger off, I don't understand this. I don't know how to code. So if I temporarily just tell it to move 2. And just don't tell it to attack. They're just going to walk towards me. They're not going to attack. No, they still kind of... They kind of like just stop. Okay, I need to just very quickly put that there. Put that there. Give myself a nice open area. Like, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this and this and this and this and move that over there. This big open area. I'm just gonna get an enemy, whack him in. I think he should work fine. Nope. Because actually no, that will be fine. Because I should still be able to do this to him. Yeah, so he should launch like that. The problem is because at the moment this guy did have issues when I did begin play, so I did a spawn event. So I'm just gonna have to disconnect that and plug that in. So if I do this, J. Also, I'm gonna make myself do less damage so they don't die in 2 bloody hits. Player damage. Nope, player, first person. First person, blueprints, web component. No, that's not weapon component, first person character. I reckon maybe one thing I'll do tomorrow on tomorrow's stream. Because I've got about an hour left in this stream. I'm going to stream till 1 PM. And then I reckon tomorrow what we do, first thing, is get in and tidy up some of the file organization on this. Like, look at this. It's all a mess. So I might try and tidy some stuff up so it's easier. So I'm not constantly going, ooh, where is it? I reckon that would be a good thing to get doing before I make this project even more complicated. So I want to go to the status component and set the damage to like 1. And I'm off the map. Give myself the perk. Yeah, it's something. They just stop. But why are they stopping? It's definitely something in their behavior. Or maybe it's pathfinding related. They don't get stunned when they get exploded into. And screw it. For now, no AI. How the fuck? Oh. Because I'm on the wrong enemy. For now, no AI for you. So if I go J... Yeah, without AI, they will fly as far as I want them to. And so I'm going to add it in bit by bit. So at the moment we've got a selector. Yep, that's fine. I reckon it's something to do with this. So if we just do move 2. He's just constantly moving to me. Go J. Yeah, it's the move too. I think what I need to do is... I know why... I feel like I can see why it's doing it now. Because when it's doing move 2, it's constantly trying to walk towards me, so it's getting like a bunch of drag in the air and eventually just stopping. Which is... So it's able to stop itself by trying to move forwards to me. That's what it is. So I think I need to add a kind of thing telling it that it's been launched. Which should also stop it from attacking me when I don't want it to. So it's not a stun, per se. Mind you, stunning it would be the easiest thing, because it's already there. I can always change that later. But if I just make it so that when the enemy's launched, it's also stunned. Which... Move that down there. Player damage. Stun shot. We just get that. Go to the enemy. Get that. Get the controller ref. Plug that in there. Plug that in there. Because that, in theory, would be the easiest way of doing it. Just stun the character when I launch him. Compile, say, first person. That, J. Yeah. Now, I'll probably check. What I actually probably will do is I'll change... But this is just like a temporary thing, but for now... Because I might change it so it's like got a falling state. And if it's falling, it can't act. I feel like it still goes a little bit too high. Now I can actually test the how far it gets blasted. Get off that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Let's close all these for now. Do you need enemy though? Character movement. Don't need that. Control. Yep. So we'll launch that by... Again, if I don't add anything, what happens again? Oh yeah, it literally goes nowhere high. So if I just plug these in now, I just do times 300, what's that like? Yeah, not a lot. So we just do times 2, maybe? I guess the height. Swap those around a bit, maybe. Okay. because I did 2 rather than 200. That'll be why. I want to give it like a good run up. But there. I'm here. J. Yeah, I feel that's a good knockback. Maybe 250. Good 250 go. Because he goes from like there to there, so. And on some maps, they just most of the time they're probably just gonna hit a wall. But yeah, I think that works. I think that works pretty well. Cool. So it launches the characters. At the moment, it's setting it to stun. I'm gonna put a temporary thing on that. So I don't need that. So we go C. When hit with radial damage, will launch the character from away from the center of the radius. Include that as well. And then for this, temporary stuns the character whilst knockback happens. To stop them moving towards player, affecting the knockback. Cool, that should do the trick. Although I kind of want to see if I can add that fooling state in. So how do I go about that? I'd probably just have like a new key fooling. Save. Get the blackboard open. Have a state below stunned. New task. Nope, that's not what I want. New task. We can use stun as a base. Fooling. Doesn't do anything. Okay. Delete that. Yes. Actually, I don't even need that. I can just put a decorator on. Select the add decorator. Blackboard. Because it's not like because that would just be a thing from the animation blueprint. All I need to do is play location. Falling is not set. Observer reports lower priority. Actually, self. Both. Let's just put both. So when it's falling, it'll go back up here and it'll probably just sit here because it can't select anything. And then all we need to do is tell it when to set falling. So on movement is falling. I guess I'll just put it on event tick. Don't know if this is up. I might again. I'm going to see if there's a better way of doing this. Probably later. But for now, gonna get an is valid node first. So if they're falling, and if valid is true, set the value falling. And just as a thing as well, I'm just going to go print falling. And I forgot, I've got to also tell it if it's not true. Just track this ever so slightly up. Because when it's not true, it's also got to do the opposite. The reason I'm doing an is valid node, if you're wondering, is just in case, because this is an event tick, there's a very likely chance it will run before it has a chance to actually get the control, have a controller as a reference. So just to stop any errors, I'm just putting this as like a check. I'm not going to print that because that'll just go on forever. I'll know if it's not falling anymore because... Oh. Okay. Compile, save, print. Let's go. Print. Okay, that's still stunning him because I've left it to stun him at the moment. So if I disconnect that, compile, save... There we go. So yeah, anytime now the AI is falling, they will just stop reacting, and later on there will be like an animation of them actually falling, going, because that's something I can set up in the animation blueprint. But yeah, that works. Set bool as a variable's bool. Temporarily stuns the character. Cool, can get rid of that. Bonk, bonk. So yeah, that now completely works. You can slide into enemies, you can explode them, and deal knockback. One thing I have got to check though first, before I wrap that up, blueprints is in the first person character. We've got to make sure that when you level up the perk, this actually works and does more damage. I think the knockback should stay the same. I think that's a reasonable amount of knockback. The knockback is more to stop enemies from immediately hitting you the second you do it. Also, I might add a cooldown to this ability. Because it feels like at the moment it could be a bit too powerful. Problem is, deep XP I need like. Also, I reckon. So let's see how big the radius is at the moment. Just like by default. It's pretty small. It barely goes around one enemy. So I might actually increase that. Let's go 200, see what that's like. Yeah, I reckon that's a bit better. And then, just because I want to see what the final level will be like. So it goes up by like... So if it's 300, which will be the final level of it now, I guess. If it goes up by like 25. Is it much bigger? Oh, that's a lot bigger. Alright, I've got an idea. So we need to go through all this song and dance. For each one. So we go 200 for the base. And then Control V. Center. That. Into there. Control C, Control V. That into there. V. That into there. Put that in there. Connect these. So that's going to be 200. That's going to be 225. That's going to be 250. That's going to be 275. And that's going to be 300. And that's going to be 300 as well. And I'm going to make the duration of these 20 seconds. That should be way long enough. Actually, let's go for 60. Let's go for a minute. Just keep it so it's easy. 60. 60. 60 and 60. And the line color will go purple for the last one. Red. Yellow. Green. And light blue. They'll go around in a circle. So 225, 225, 250, 250, 275, 275, and 300, 300. Cool. Right. What I'm hoping to do with that is this. I want to compare them. So at the moment we got pretty small, bit bigger, a little bit quite bigger. Because like this is kind of like one enemy, like good enemies can fit in there, a decent amount of enemies can fit in there, and then this one will be like a pretty big radius. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Cool. So that should be fine for the radius. Again, I can change those later. Could change the duration as well, so it's not just gonna stay there. So let's go for like 5. Yeah. Spawn emitter at location. That's just a visual thing. Just realised the actual. But no, I'm doing. No, yeah, I'm doing the box again. So the thing is slightly off. Should be get world location, not actor location. There we go. Those should be there. And that should be there. Let's just see what the true radius is now. Yeah, that'll be good. Cool. So that should launch enemies in a group now a bit better. So if I go back over here now and unleash the enemies, I can also delete this dude and change it back to spawned. Oh, whoa. Give myself slide explode. Just let the enemies spawn and try and get them to group up a bit. Just upgrade it a bit. So one problem is they're colliding with each other now. Which will happen. I'm wondering if there's anything. I think it's not so much an issue that they collide with each other. It's more the fact that they're so close to each other already because they don't spread out at all. Like, look at the way they follow. They're literally like in a line. And that's because I'm just doing the basic move 2. I'm going to try and change that so they kind of avoid each other rather than clumping up so much. I know in a horde shooter it's fine if they clump up, but at the same time it would be a bit better if they're ever so slightly less clumped up, you know? Like a little bit more spread out maybe. But I've got to research a bit more into AI stuff to be able to do that. So it seems to be you can get in, do a slide and get out. So I reckon that's fine. For now. But yeah, so that works. I think they can still go towards a barrier, teleport over, and they still work fine. Yep, cool. Get rid of this massive area again. I don't need this table. Put all this further back. Just try to tidy this area up. Shove that into the wall. Shove that over there. Get rid of these, because I don't need them. Cool. So that's, yeah, that's working. For the basic enemy. Now I've got to do it for the tank. Again. Yippee! Because all this... It should just be a case of copying this, effectively. Content... That being said, do I even want the player to be able to do knockback on the tank, thinking about it? Because he's a big... At the moment, he's just a purple version of the guy. But he's supposed to be a pretty big enemy, and he shouldn't really be able to be knocked back much. You're not going to be able to do it on the eyes, because they can't really be knocked back. Yeah, I reckon I'll just leave it to the basic enemies. For now. I might add it into the tank later. But I think for now, it's fine for just the basic enemy. So, yeah, I reckon that's that perk completely done. The next thing, I guess, is if I want any fall off. Because at the moment, it's like a damage and an explosion, and it deals max damage. I might have it. I'll get it out to do a fall off. Rain, enemy. No, I'm in the wrong tab, that's why. First person, blueprints, first person character. So at the moment it's doing full damage. If I turn that off, it will do radial damage, depending on where they are. So go G. Get 2 enemies and slide. Yeah. Now it will do different varying damage depending on... Also at the moment my damage is still set super low, and I've got rid of the... Oh, I got rid of the window by accident. How on earth do I get that back? View, window, palette. Nope. Window. Components. There we are. Status component. And we want to get rid of... We're going to put damage back up to 10. So I'll go J. And get some enemies to clump up. Get rid of this one. Couldn't really see the damage number, but it now does different damage. Cool. That is a slide completely working. I did have somewhere a whole list of perks I wanted to add. At least I did somewhere. Create UI, leaderboard, custom binds, SFX, model. Was it like a notepad? Documents. Gamedev. Projects. Nope. Projects. Unreal Engine. Abyssal Plane. Design documents. Nope. I don't know where it is. I did, again, so I'll have to find it. I did have like a whole list of things I wanted to add in terms of perks. But most of them... A lot of them are, again, very simple stuff like that. So at the moment, let's go back to the perks again. Yeah, I noticed perks are the theme of today's stream. A lot of adding these things in. And even though the slide won't knock back the tank, but it will still damage it. So far we've got 16 perks in the game. I'd say -1 because this thing is useless. I might just leave it in just because why not? If people really want to double jump. But at the moment, it's not really got a purpose. Actually, tell you what, I might give it a purpose. I might make it so when you do your second jump, you can redirect yourself in the air pretty well. A bit like the scout from TF2. So I might make it have a purpose then. So you can use it like dodge projectiles better and such. Because at the moment, it was just kind of there as like a test. And it hasn't really got a purpose. Also, there's a perk in here which is reloading. So we go weapon component. On your reload, you do radial damage. That will now also, in theory, if I reload burst, it's called. This should now also knock back enemies. So I'll go set that. Reload burst. It's only got 1 tier at the moment. So J. So that does like a pretty big a decent radius around the enemy. Yeah, so that will now knock back the player as well. I haven't set him back up to attack. That's the thing I haven't done. There we go. Now they can attack me again. Now, I feel like something like this will need like a cooldown. Because as you can see at the moment, it's very... You can literally just shoot once and get out of anything. Also, I've got to stop them falling through the floor. The reason for that is because I turn off all their collision. But that's because I haven't really gotten around to setting up proper hitboxes yet. So what I want to do is I want to change the capsule collision on enemies. Because at the moment it's kind of there, but it's not fully... I think actually it might already be set up for this. Yeah, so this capsule collision is really only a blocking thing for... It kind of blocks stuff, and that's it. So what I really need it to do is just only block the world static when the character dies. If I could... it doesn't let me select anything because of that. Because this body hitbox, at the moment, it's only... It blocks damage and ignores everything. But if I make that... What if I just have a second capsule collision, kind of? But just for the ground. I'll figure that out. I might... the way the death animation is going to work, it's not going to be like on the ground like that. So I might not even need to worry about it. Because again, it's when they're dying, collision turns off. Mind you, I could always just go. Where is it? Event kill. Stop movement immediately. Let's give that a go. So now if I kill something with like reload burst. Nope, they still flew for the floor. Stop movement immediately. Gravity scale? If I set that to 0 so they just don't. Let's try that. So event kill, gravity scale, and movement. Because the gravity scale will just make them drop anyway. Actually, that does way too much damage. Oh, it's because of a headshot. Still. Hi. Set max fly. Set max acceleration to 0. That way they can't accelerate either. There we go. Bam. That should solve it. Nope, that doesn't solve it. Is it because I'm doing it too close to when it happens? Stop movement. Immediate. I think like that doesn't affect air though. Freeze? Nope. So I'm gonna change that back to slide explode because it does a lot more damage. So if I go put that to 5. Yeah, it doesn't just send them off into space. Whee! That doesn't work at all. Ah, God. So stop moving immediately is not doing it. Place. So set max speed. Set max. Now set acceleration. Let's try set max fly speed because I feel like that's what's happening. I kind of go into a flying state. Let's do that. Nope, they still go after Jupiter. They literally shouldn't be able to move. Oh, hang on. But it's not movement. They're being launched. I don't think that counts as movement, does it? When they get launched, what does that count with? It's just launching the character. Set a pending launch velocity. And we'll set it to the falling state. So can I change the fall speed? Get air control. Get air control. Apply gravity when it's jumping by natural friction. What if I just set movement mode to flying, and then set this. Try that. No. If I just set the velocity to 0. Still no. Well, okay, that's a problem that I can't seem to find an answer to. Gravity scale, that changes, but it doesn't. Set air control boost velocity, set. Apply gravity while jumping, impart. Set friction? Let's put this like 10,000. See if that changes anything. Okay. That actually works. Hang on. Never mind, it doesn't work. I think it's the gravity scale, actually. I think that's just if I put it to 0. What's the gravity scale normally? Gravity scale is normally... So I just put it to 1. Let's try that. Set fly speed. Set movement mode to flying. And then try that. They still get affected by gravity then, but if I don't put the gravity scale, if I just leave, if I set the gravity scale to 0, then they just fly upwards. And that's not much. That's not better either. Because they don't stop moving. Even though they're fucking told to. Zero's velocity is usually Zero's acceleration as well. Does it? Doesn't seem to be. If I remove falling friction, do they just fly off like mad? Yeah, they'll just fly off then. So falling friction, I think because that very slightly breaks them, but I need to like just stop, and I've told them to stop, and they don't stop. What if I just put new movement mode? No, none. What happens then if they just don't have a movement mode? Well, that works. So if I just do that, is that all I needed to do? Just gonna go slide, explode, max level slide. Yeah, and so if it's a low level slide, it will still launch them. Yep. Until you kill them. Alright. That's all I needed to do. For God's sake. That's like this entire stream is just like, oh, that's all I needed to do. That was so easy. Why didn't I see that before? It's like the 4th time that's happened. So now that's should be done. That perk, slide explode, that should be it. Completely done. No problems. I think. As far as I can tell. There's a very good chance there's still problems. But I think that is actually fine. We did it, boys. We're in. We've got 16 perks out of however many I had. Now, actually, one thing I want to add, because at the moment in the game there are points. As you can see down the bottom left, we've got 200 points, and you get more points from. There's a range. I forgot about that. Dealing damage gives us points. I think I get more for. Yeah, you get more for a headshot. No, I don't. Never mind. That's something I've got to set up still. And you get so many points when a round's over. You get so many points for killing enemies. Actually, do you get points for round over? I can't remember. You get points for killing enemies and dealing damage, though. Okay, it's such a great game design here. Can't remember what mechanics work with what. I think it's just for killing enemies. So it's like 10. You get 100 points for killing an enemy. Yeah, so yeah, you don't get any for a round, but you get 100 for killing an enemy and 10 for dealing damage. A totally original idea, which is definitely hasn't come from a different kind, any other co-op shooters. No, none whatsoever. And I want to. At the moment, the only thing to spend points on are these obstructions, which block parts of the map. And unlike another co-op, well, another horde shooter, which uses its perks as a, you have like 4 and that is it, or how many perk machines are on the map. You know, unlike COD Zombies where it does that, I want to have my perks be, you can have as many as you can get. So I'm going to add in a few different machines probably not machines, but you get what I mean. But kind of perk machines. But rather than spitting out, it'll be a bit like the Wonder Fizz from COD Zombies if you've ever played like Black Ops 2 onwards, I think, where it'll give you a random perk similar to how the menu does. But in this one, you're just gonna. I'm gonna give. There's gonna be a few. A few different kinds of things you can do. So what I want to do is I want it so you can. There's gonna be two machines. One where not totem machines. Two with interactables. Let's go with that. Two interactables. One where you can spend, let's say, I don't know, 1,000. Just offer it to get a bunch of new perk, and another one where you can spend so much to kind of. I'm thinking maybe respec your re-roll all your perks, and the price for that will change depending on, or maybe re-roll a specific perk. Or maybe not refund, but maybe you can get I'm not too sure. For now, I just want a machine. I'll have to design more of that stuff because I'm kind of on the fence about whether I want it so you can re-roll all your perks in one go, or whether it's gonna be you re-roll one specific perk, or maybe it's like a trade-in system where you can trade in, let's say. Because I haven't given the perks rarities. These are all just same rarity as showing up. But I might give them rarities in the future. Where, let's say, the more gameplay enhancing perks, like Slide Explode, which give you new abilities, will be less likely to show up than something that just increases your health. I think Unreal Engine's just crashed. Oh, no, it's back. But at the moment, they're all the same rarity. And I might keep it that way. I kind of like that they all can show up, but I feel like a rarity system for this kind of thing does matter, and probably should be in the game. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe? Yeah? Maybe a rarity system, or maybe just leave it as is. And have everything just all in one big pot. And as you get more perks, the pot will get smaller and smaller, because if you max out that perk, it doesn't appear anymore. And once you run out of perks, but again, with how many I want to add, I don't really know if you'll be able to, with how many tiers there will be. I mean, already you've got we go perk structure. In the data table, we've got tier 1, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. I mean, that alone will get you round 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That would be you'd need to get to around 30 just to get through all of the these perks here. And then we've got various other ones that also have the same kind of thing. And I'm also thinking about giving enemies drops, and one of the power ups I was thinking that they could drop was a temporary buff that gives you every perk in the game. I'm not sure if I will go with that, but I might. But yeah. I just want to. Stream's been going now for about. Ooh, how long has it been? 4.5 hours. Ooh, that's a long stream. Tell you what, we're going to go to half one. Mainly because I want to get the one more thing working. I want to get this perk, the random perk shop thing working. So, I'm going to create a new... yeah, we'll put it here. New blueprint. We're going to go for an actor. And it's going to be called... Your Mom. No. It's going to be called... Perk. Perk. Random perk. We'll just call it Perk Buy. Perk Buy. For now, it's just going to be... What is... Components. For now, it's just going to be a cube. It's a big cube. File save. And... Has this got any collision by default? Block. Yes, okay, cool. And then on begin... So I've got, in this game, I've got an interaction interface which I've made. So whenever I press the E button, it shoots out a raycast and can interact with stuff. That's how obstructions work at the moment. Where were those gone? So the way obstructions are working is when they receive and interact from the event, then they do all their stuff. And it'll be a very similar concept here. So perk buy... We're going to have... points cost. And I might make this more expensive every time you purchase something. I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm going to adjust the prices and all that stuff when I finally get around to balancing it. Points cost. File save. Get the point cost. We need to add the interface, so we need to go up here. Add, where's interface? Inherited interface, implemented interaction. There's a lot of ways to do stuff like this. I find interfaces work pretty well. I use them probably more than I should. I use like interfaces is how I deal. It's how I actually kill my enemies. I have an interface just called death, kill, event kill, from kill. But the only reason I need to do that is because I have the status component separate. But not only do I have it separate, I also have that as a whole separate. It's a component which I have modular, so I can put it on anyone. So because of that, I need to use an interface so that I can have this event appear on every character without having to directly cast to that enemy. Is it the best way of going about it? Probably not. Is it the way I did it? Yeah. And does it work? Yeah. But can get close that, save that, close that, close that, close that, close that. So we've got points cost, and then class settings. Got the interface. So interact from the Nope, that's the wrong one. I always hate this because there's like event interact. There we go. So we've got the player's points and the player reference. And we want to get greater equal. So does the player have more or the same amount of points as the point cost? If that's true, then we'll give him a perk. And player reference. So I'll probably handle that inside. I reckon it's probably best to handle that inside the player rather than in the stats component, in this random object. So go blueprints, first person character, and we'll make a custom function, I guess, called random perk. And then from perk by, we'll get the player reference, random perk. Before that, we need to get the player's points. Actually, we've already got players' points, but we just need to minus the points cost, and then set player points. Set points. So if they do, it will remove them and then give us a random perk, which in here will be. It's about going about that. So the way it will I guess it'll be kind of similar to how the UI for the perk buttons gets a random perk. Because on random, we've got a graph here, and it gets 4 random numbers. So to randomize perks, we get the perk data table, you get the available perks, length, we set the length. Oh, we always have to minus it by 1 because it sets it to like 0 to something. So just in here. What's actually what code? What events have I got in the skill system component? Real quick. So I've got add perk and query perk. Yeah, I'll just do it in the character. So we get this skill system component compile. So I'll get all the available perks, which will then turn into a perk length, which we've got here. So random perk, and then we basically just need to do out the perk length, random integer in range, with the min being 0 and the max being whatever that is. And that will set the number, which perk it is, which perk number updates perk, so perk number, and it gets that row name. Which works off. So get and it gets the row name ID. And once we've got the row name, was that an error? Oh, because I'm doing it weird, aren't I? Wish it would stop hiding the thing I need. It's very unfun. Where is it? Skills component. There we go. Anywhere between there, we'll get one of them, and it will. That gets the string, and then I think from there I can just row name and perk tiers is check tiers. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I got an unexpected call at that time. But yeah, we're back. So, when I do check tiers, how does this normally work? Blueprints, UI, perk button. So when on clicked perk button, it will get row name and perk tiers, which is updated from. Well, that's like max. So check tiers. Gets the row name ID and it will check the perk tiers. Sets that back at the character. And the perk tiers, I don't even know if that's really necessary. Finds it. Oh, it is actually, yeah, because it does if it's less than. If it's less than the max tier, it will add it. And if it's lower than the max tier, it will remove it. So I've got to figure out a way of finding. Well, how do I add the update the UI? Update perk UI. That's for this one. I get the data table from, but I just have the perk data structure, and I think I have that here. Yeah, I do. Cool. Okay, that works. So I get the perk data structure, and then I can get data table, row perk data table. Perk data table. Nope, I'm on the wrong thing there. get data table row from the perk data table. And then I should be able to just split that. Yep. Down to there, split stat, events, check. Check tiers is what I need to do. So, check tiers. And the perk row name is a string, is a text. So that connects to that. And that connects to that. And I reckon that might do it. No, I've got the perk name, not the row name. The row name comes from this. There we go. Compile that, save that, go back to your event graph. So that'll do check tiers with that. So if I, for now, just put that as a thing, put that as, let's go 10, just for a test. Put it in this nice sealed off area. Blueprints. Perk buy, put that there. I'm going to change the material of that because that's blinding. Let's change that to... What the hell was a material I used for that table called? That's why. It's gonna look awful, but just so it's not blinding me. Well, yeah, but it definitely looks different. Nah, we're not doing that. Where's this material come from? I want this material. There we go, nice solid blue. That's what we're going for. And I can't delete it. But I actually just can't delete it. There we go. Alright, let me delete it that time. First person BP blueprint. No, wrong one. First person blueprint. Perk buy. Put that there. Cool. That's part of that. So now when we interact with this, I actually need something to let me know if it's working, don't I? Purchase. Buy. Success. Hang on a minute. Buy success not found. Vamp bullet, yet that's a 1. Buy success. Slide explode again. Reload burst. Close call. Yeah, it seems to work. So one thing I need to do is when it's... When I'm out of perks to buy, this needs to not work. If I do an output, can I loop it back into... Hang on. Oh, I can. No perks left. So we're going to do a branch here. So if this is equal or less than 0, if it's not, it keeps going. If it is, it ends the execute with no perks left being true. Control, yep. And we can go back to the perk buy machine, do a branch, and then just go... Is no perks left true? If it is, by success. If not, print. We're out. And for now, just to test that, I'm going to change the order of this one. Just going to change that to 1. And just get spammy on it. Still buying a lot of shit. Haste. Jesus, still so many. And it does actually run out of perks, and they're trying to tap me through the wall. So cool, you can get every perk. Jesus, I forgot how fast you can fire. Yeah, you can get every perk, and then it will run out of perks. Close that. To give you. So the only thing I need to do now is kind of change the order of this. So what it needs to do first is check if you can even afford it. Set points. Random perk. But before it takes the points off you, it's going to do this. So it's going to do it first. And then, if the buy was successful, it will take the points off you. Because if it can't give you a perk, and then what I'll probably do is once it does wear out once, set perks left to false. And have an and condition here. So it needs to... Both of these need to be true. So if you've got more money than the perk cost and there are perks left, you can buy a perk. If not, it's not going to do anything. I also need to set up the tooltip because at the moment it's E to clear, which it shouldn't be. And I've got to remember how to do that. Details. So that's points value, type, and has block spawners. Because anything with the interaction info also has this tooltip. So I've got the tooltip information. Which I think, yeah, as assuming this, so I can get the points cost, put that in there, and type is buy. So I need to go to the interaction type, add enum for buy random perk. There we go. Pass save. So that should let me do this. What are you not doing? What are you doing? Wait, why? Oh, because I actually haven't got any tech set up for it. To buy a random perk. Let's put a space in front of all these. I think this should be sorted. Yep, press. Ooh. Except now the interaction stopped working. Because the perk buy has this, which needs to be true, and the default is false. That is why. Cool. There we go. There is now a random perk machine to spend money on. Let's just set this to a default of 1,000 for now. I feel that's a good number. And now I can't afford it, so... But yeah. That all works fine. Oh yeah, I never actually showed the... There's a... Similar to how... There's a line trace for interact. There's actually a line trace that runs constantly. Not as often... I don't think it's of every tick. It's like every... so often. But there is a line trace happening from the character. Is it every tick? Event tick. Yeah, I think it is every character. Yeah, it's every it's event tick, and it's basically it's the tooltip. So when you look at something like this, it will tell you what you can do. It will tell you the cost, the button, and to buy a random perk. And you can press E and you can buy a perk. And it works with anything that's got the interaction interface. So this is like, oh, E to use, E to clear, E to open, E to clear. And because basically all the doors, depending on this, if it's a door, if it's a blockade, if it's a just a button that you're using that doesn't cost anything, is why if it's got no cost, it will just say, oh, used. Or if it's anything above 0, it will be like a cost. So you just press E to use. So you can use buttons and stuff. You can, if it has a points value, it will say, oh, it costs this much to use by. And I can add, like, as you saw in the enums, I can just say, I want it to say, buy a random perk for the perk machine. And then I can go to the UI, and when it is on that enum, it says, buy a random perk. And there we go. And now it works. And that's just a pretty good effective way of having that tooltip come up on the UI when you need to. Because it's a self-contained little tooltip. Which appears on the UI here. So it's a widget which has another widget kind of on top of it. Like the widget is just text. That's all this tooltip is. It's just a text widget, and it overlays onto the proper widget. Like the UI is actually fairly kind of there, not in terms of like visuals, but in terms of functionality. Like the only thing I really want to add is somewhere for you to see what perks you've already got and what they do at their current level. So for that will either be in the pause screen or if you hold tab. I think actually I've got something if you hold tab. Yeah. So if you press tab at the moment, it shows up this, and it does actually eject your mouse. I want to change that. Actually, do it. I might actually have it so like you hold tab, you can eject your mouse, and you can hover over your perks. So I might have like a perk list down here, as well as like one that appear at the top left. Because at the moment you got your player kills around here. Because that was totally not when this game was going to be multiplayer. Originally, I did want this game to be a multiplayer thing, but I had a lot of trouble getting it to work, and I do want to, in the future, revisit getting multiplayer to work, because these kind of games are great for multiplayer games. Like, you know, you're all just trying to survive as long as you can. But there's a lot of systems in this that would struggle in multiplayer. And not only that, there's also a lot of problems I had with multiplayer, as I mentioned last time, of enemies when one player, if the host player doesn't see the enemy once, you can't interact with it. And I was really struggling to find any information on that, and it was just, yeah, it was making the game take ages. But yeah, perk buy machines implemented now, so now there's something to spend points on. We've got 2 perks working. Actually, I think more than that. We've fixed up some of the enemy AI. We finally finished adding the stunning. Yeah, it's been a productive day. I reckon tomorrow, first thing first, we clean up some of this godforsaken, awful, like... I want to tidy this up and make it a lot more organised in terms of where things are. Because I've got 2 first-person blueprint kind of things. I've got first-person BP blueprints. I've got first-person blueprint. Like, and I keep going to the wrong ones. I want to just move this one over there. Because the only thing I can hear is camera shakes for the parkour system. And I might just rename this to parkour instead and see if that works. Just to stop the confusion. I'm just going to have to change a few things, but yeah, we're making good progress. Game's getting there, and that's what counts. Getting a decent amount of perks in is pretty important for the game at the moment, because again, that's kind of the main mechanic, I guess, of the game is the perks. And at the moment, all the perks I've got, most of them are pretty basic. Just, increase the health. And so getting more fun and interesting perks in is definitely what's going to make the game hopefully more fun. And then after that, improving the AI, and then improving the AI so it's more challenging and actually kind of tuned to making it slightly balanced, and then making a map that works well, and then making it look good. That's kind of like the order we're going to go for. So we're going to get some more perks in first, because they're also fun to do. Then we're going to sort out the AI. Then we're going to sort out kind of the map. Because once the AI is in, I should have a better... The problem with trying to test a map now, because I have got that other map. Because I've got this map here. The problem with trying to test this now is that it might work, let's say, fine for how the AI currently is. But the minute I'm trying to add in the minute the final AI comes in and how they behave, something like this little area here, might work horribly for the new AI, or it might work horribly for the current AI, but it might work great for the final AI. I don't know yet. So I reckon it'll probably be better to get the AI in first, and then test the level. That's the order I'm going to do it in. And then finally finishing up with actual assets. Because I think a problem that a lot of people do is they'll kind of try and make things look really good way too early. So you'll have like, oh yeah, it looks great. Their game looks amazing, but it's like really hollow. So I'm trying to avoid that by just not really... I haven't done like any modelling for this game yet. I haven't done any... to be honest, most of that's because I've been trying to practice modelling with Blender to get to the point. But I haven't really looked at... I've found an art style I want to go for, but I haven't really gone too much more than that. But yeah, that will be about it for today's stream. 10 minutes over what I was going to go for. We've had a 5-hour stream. Or 5 hour, 8 minutes. 30 seconds. Got a lot done. And yeah, see you tomorrow. If any of you are coming back then, I'll be here at 8:30, same time. And I'll finish at 11:30 tomorrow. But yeah, until then, see ya.